Now, we're having a meeting tomorrow night to discuss quite that,
It'll be a long winter, I got a feeling, don't you?
kind of a
Oh, yeah.
situation. I don't
This is
see
just the
that
typical
time,
winter.
but allow me
Wait
to
till winter
have,
gets here.
You know,
Right,
like,
technically it's not
winter yet.
not something that can be fixed at this time.
Fabulous Almanac said it was gonna be cold,
It takes.
windy, blustery winter with a lot of snow. And I think,
It was just the beginning.
We have been, as the 501c3 group.
Heather, I get a phone call, a phone call message, and I guess it's just, that what we talked about, they're just not thinking independent. The revenue isn't worth, the revenue has steadily declined over the last few years, and that's why they made a command decision not to do it this year.
And we're in search, we've had meetings,
The whole festival. So.
Oh,
with other groups.
But I thought it was
so
worth.
they just not interested
And
in.
then you have to.
Again, I got the message, I didn't get.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't
So
think.
you haven't talked to someone?
Oh,
Yes.
yeah, no, I don't think they're gonna do it this year. I think the revenue stream itself was down to the point where they just didn't feel like it was feasible.
Yeah.
But at least it was, at least we put it out there, show them how.
Thank you.
Well, maybe if they know there's other options, then they'll revisit it or.
After the holidays, I'll see if I can contact somebody and see what's going
Yeah.
on. We'll see.
Okay.
Didn't hurt to ask.
No, not at all, not at all.
All right, here you go, Summer's one.
Okay.
Everybody wants to start?
Yeah, we can get the minutes and all that taken care of.
Yeah. All right, welcome everyone to the Tuesday, December 3rd, 2019 Pittsfield Town Council meeting. I ask that you all please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I'll ask now for a moment of silence. Thank you. All right, first thing on the minutes of the meeting tonight is the adoption of minutes of the regular meeting that was held on November 19th, 2019, and I look for a motion from the council.
Will we adopt the minutes as presented?
Second.
Moved and seconded. Questions, comments? Any errors or omissions, or anybody see anything that they think needs to be changed? Anything at all? Who's this? The next reference point, yeah? No. Anything at all? Okay, not hearing any. Since you're ready to vote, all those in favor of the minutes of the last town council meeting as written, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, nay. Ayes have it, and those minutes are passed as written. So next is presentations, congratulations, and introductions.
And under the presentations, congratulations, and introductions, we first will hear a report on the bicentennial report and updates from Jan Lux. Jan wanted to be right on the top of the agenda.
That's why I can get home. Okay, well, as some of you may be aware, this past year we've celebrated Pittsfield's bicentennial. Is that right, Howie?
Pretty much.
And we're getting to the end of the year, and it's been a busy year. And we've had some pretty exciting activities and so forth. We still have a couple of things to do, and I'll talk about those in just a second, but there's 5 or 6 groups, and we've kind of called them the Big Five, that have really kind of helped us out this year in a lot of things, and very supportive. One of them is about Shop and Save. Bud sold a lot of things that we had, but when we needed certain things, they were right there and extremely helpful. And CM Almy, if you remember, they were the ones that made the banners for the town. And they also did a couple of other things at basically no cost to us, so that was really helpful. The list would not be complete if I didn't mention Chimbro, especially the work that they did on the depot and the work that they're continuing to do right now. Kleinschmidt has done a lot of work for us in terms of photocopying and some other work. And I'll talk about the boat launch in just a second. And then the Arts Club also has provided a lot of direction and guidance. So that doesn't mean that there haven't been other groups and other people that have worked. But I think at some point in time, those 5 groups need some kind of special recognition for what they did for this year. Probably with the exception of Chimbro, who was around 200 years ago. Most of those weren't around, so they, that was a joke, Howie, that was good. Okay. To really kind of help us out and support us. Part of the discussion that we've had as a committee is that 200 years is a pretty significant time period. And I think one of the things that was really great that happened this year had to do with the depot and the railroad bringing in the train cars that day. If you happen to be here on the 19th, that was pretty special. Well, I don't know whether this is going to happen or not, but there are some rumors that they were so pleased with the turnout that they might be willing to come back again in another year or two. Those train cars are actually stored in Waterville, so they're not that far away. And so the idea that we've had as the Bicentennial Committee is that, I think we talked about this, maybe you guys talked about it a little bit, that maybe beginning from 2020 on, that each year at some point in time around June the 19th or sometime there, that there be some kind of a continued celebration. Whether we call it Pittsfield Days or Pittsfield Celebrates or something like that, but to set something up that each year from this point on that there are some kind of activities in town. Because I think the things that Heather did with the Cheese Festival and some other things, people came to town and they looked around and they said, there's some real possibilities here. And if we can kind of build on that a little bit in some way, I think that might be positive. So at some point in time, I think there probably needs some kind of a discussion about, do we want to continue to do something and set up a separate committee for long-term kinds of things, what do we want to do each year, and see what happens to kind of take off from there. And it doesn't necessarily have to be around in June, but that seems to be the time to kind of, it might make some sense. So that's just a thought that we've had. So that will probably be coming back to the council at some point. The boat launch. We're very disappointed. In fact, we're meeting with folks tomorrow morning, Bill and I. He sent me something today, and that application process, to be quite honest and to be quite blunt, is a real joke. If we were bringing steamships up the river, that's one thing. But some of the requirements that they have for what we want to do there, I mean, it's above and beyond. But anyhow, we're going to try to get the application finished and get it in. If it works, and if we can get this, that might be something to kick off June 19th, the year 2000, with a celebration of that boat launch kind of thing too, because the river's there. And when people came to town this year and they saw that river, I know for a fact that there were at least probably a half a dozen to maybe 9 or 10 families that came back to kayak in the river, and they went all the way up to Heartland. So I think that's a draw. That's a great draw. And when those kinds of folks come back into town, that will eventually bring business. We have to talk about the time capsule. And our thinking at this point is that to keep the time capsule above ground. Now, my personal preference would be I'd like to bury it about 25 feet in the ground with a note somewhere that says 50 years from now, whoever digs that up, lots of luck. Because that's kind of what we faced when we started digging and trying to pull that thing out of the ground. But we're going to keep that set up in the depot and come up with something new for a time capsule. Not like that, maybe grandma's trunk or something else, but we can pick some things to put in there and then have it so that it would be open 50 years from now in 2000 and whatever that is. The thinking at this point is that we would begin to collect things the week of January the 6th through the 10th. Set up a collection spot here in the library and here in the town office. There would be, if somebody brought something in that they wanted to include in that, they would have to fill out a piece of paper kind of describing what it is, so we can kind of screen it a little bit, because we don't want any dead bodies or any dead cats or anything. And then put those in and actually have the closing ceremony at the council meeting on January the 21st. And then set up the display in the depot. So that's kind of our thinking at this point. It's been a busy year. There's been a lot of help from a lot of people in town, but I did mention those 5. The only other thing I would add at this point as part of that activity, which kicked it off last year, was the tree lighting ceremony, which is going to happen tomorrow. This is our 5th year, and this will definitely be the deepest snow that we've had. I checked about an hour and a half ago, and the horse and wagon for Santa's arrival are ready. The tree lighting has taken on a little bit different flavor this year in terms of the hospital is helping out quite a bit this year. The person that's going to flip the switch to turn the lights on is Terry Vieira. And the hospital is supplying the hot chocolate and the cookies and candy canes and some other things. But we are hopefully, and I have a call into Steve, Chimbro, they're going to bring one of their huge lights over tomorrow. We're going to kind of set it up down by the snack shack. They showed me how to turn it on. Oh my God. So hopefully that'll work. So that when people are leaving, we'll have a little extra light down there so that people can kind of move around a little bit, because especially with this amount of snow. And those are the kinds of things that Chimbro and some other companies really did this year. I mean, a quick phone call and there's never any question about it. But we are scheduled to start at 6 this year. The Master of Ceremonies again is Chris Peterson, and we'll have the chorus and the schools and so forth. So dress warmly. Nice hat, by the way, so you were in there. If you're going to come over, you know, put that on. That a year ago, that was kind of the kickoff, and my thinking initially was to kind of have the time capsule ready to seal tomorrow night, but we're not there yet, so we can do something in January. The other thing is I keep getting emails because the state of Maine begins its celebration of their 200th year beginning in 2020, and they're trying to get some people from our committee to serve on that committee as well. And basically, no offense, I've said no, because it's pretty tight. It was, but the group worked hard this year. So that's kind of where we are at this point.
I have to say, when we had a meeting with the people from the state at KP Cog, Kennebec Valley Council of Governments, they were so excited to hear that we had already done our bicentennial, and then I brought that news back to you, and they wanted us to join everything and do everything that they wanted. And
I do. I get probably an email at least once a week saying there's a meeting coming up and we'd like to have you there, and would you like to be on the parade committee? No. No, I'm sorry.
I think they have some funds available for towns that are doing activities to celebrate the main
Yeah.
bicentennial.
But we've done ours, and to be honest, I would just rather see us kind of do our own thing beginning next year sometime.
I think they have pine trees too, what, if they
Yes.
plant a pine
Yes.
tree or something.
Yeah, and that might be a possibility
Yeah.
as we can kind of look into it.
Yeah.
But we'll have a few guest speakers here tomorrow night as well for the tour lighting, so that's kind of where we are, but we're coming to the end of the celebration, and go from there.
Thank you, Jan.
All right, very good. We're going to skip over the certificates of accommodation, thanks, and welcome. Those were mostly accommodations. I was notified by the assistant that the police chief had thought the meeting was a different day and people weren't called for that. But based upon the weather, that's probably good because they're coming from all over the county here. And I will leave my thanks and welcome for the next regular meeting. Small Business Saturday, on Saturday, November 30th, 2019. I know that Jamie at the theater had a good time with us. We did have 2 businesses contribute to the theater. They received quite a bit of publicity, and that was Surrey Bags, Alpacas, and A.E. Robinson. And they were very, very supportive of the theater. This was Michael's first project, so I did help him with that. And we'll be starting a little bit earlier next time. There's no reason why we can't do, a buy Pittsfield, buy local in spring. And so we'll have plenty of time to plan for that. I won't mention the tree lighting ceremony because we know that will be tomorrow night at 6. And then we have the dates for the 48th Central Maine Egg Festival Week. That will be on Monday, July 6th through Saturday, July 11th, 2020. And well, it's right up there with the 4th of July. It keeps moving up the months. That will include the Kiwanis Carnival, which will be on Wednesday, July 8th through Saturday. That would be Saturday, July 12th, 2020. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is public hearings, old business, which there is none. You got that?
Correct.
So we'll go to reports, and I'll start with Finance Committee.
No report, Stevie.
Ordinance Committee?
No report.
Recycling Committee met on 11/20. Jane presented, there was a girl named Ricky Hill, and she had lost her high school yearbook pictures way back in the 90s, and they found them down there at the reuse center, and they contacted her, and she was very, very happy young lady to get all that back because she thought it was gone for good. I mean, it'd been years. So they found that down there just to kind of, so that something good came out of that. Donnie Shute came in and he spoke to the committee on a number of subjects. We figured at $64 a ton to throw things away, we're saving between 10 and 13 tons of being kept out of the waste stream with the reuse center going. So that's a fairly substantial savings. Donnie suggested that they're getting a lot of clothing, and the committee talked about it. Donnie suggested we could maybe set up a liaison between the reuse center, the Pennywise, and possibly donating some of this clothing to other places so it doesn't wind up getting thrown out. And Chris Berry is going to check with the Pennywise and the homeless shelters around to see if maybe we can be a contact person, because what's happening is people try to bring it down there, they try to bring it to Pennywise, they get overloaded, and then they don't really have an avenue to get rid of it like they used to have. So we're trying to create at least one decent avenue to get rid of that so it doesn't wind up getting thrown away. Plus some of it can still be used, some of it's still fairly decent.
There's a bin that I have seen around, it's like Clues for the World or something,
Yeah.
that you can just have there, and whoever that is, that organization, they come and they empty it, and
Yeah.
then you don't have to do anything else with it. I'm not sure where it goes or what happens to it, or if
I think
it
it goes
matters, but.
No, I think it goes to third world countries. I think we had that one time.
Before.
Mhm.
They couldn't,
They cut it back.
they couldn't make it work financially, so
Okay.
they weren't able to drop it off up here anymore, and they, Planet Earth.
Is that
Yeah,
what it
Planet
is?
Earth, that's what it was, you're right. And that went to different countries, South American countries and third world countries to help out because they don't have any money. So anyway, we talked about the different shelters around. They have a family shelter in Waterville, the homeless shelter in Bangor, in different places. So I know Bangor very, very rarely turns down clothing, and they got huge. So anyway, we're trying to deal with that, and Chris has taken that on, which I want to thank her for that, because she's very interested in that. And Catherine's going to take the recycling statistics, include the trash to treasure statistics as best we can into that, and we'll update the brochures and all that. Donnie gave the committee an update concerning the new transfer station office building, in case you hadn't heard. We talked about the kiosk up and running, which the Boy Scouts of Pittsfield did an excellent job, and we recognize that. A suggestion was made that video shorts be done in an environmentally friendly way with Donnie and various companies that are doing recycling. And he also updated the committee on the schools, and the committee discussed that they'd like to see Earth Day get in, use Earth Day to get into the schools for education this next year. And also, we talked about, and I think he's pretty much on board with it, having Tom Roberts teach another class with the adult ed, if that's possible, next year, because he had a very good class about, what, 5 years ago?
Longer than that,
Longer than
time
that,
flies
time
when you're
flies.
having fun here.
And that's all I have for report. Next meeting will be in January. It'll be January 7th. We wanted to get through the holidays before we started in again. And I know they had the thank you, Jan, for the bicentennial update. Howard, did you have anything you wanted to add to that, or are you all set? I'm good. All set. And Ann, Theater Committee, I see you're out there, so I'll ask you for an update.
Thank you. Thank you for your time. I don't have anything really planned, but I have lots to say, so bear with me. I was listening to Jan telling about the opportunities that are here in Pittsfield, and the boat launch being one of them, and so many other things that we have here in town. And of course, I strongly feel the theater is one of them. Our theater does bring people into town, and we're lucky once in a while they'll stop at a restaurant and have something to eat. It might be Subway, it might be Vittles. They might go up to Bud's and spend their money after they've had an afternoon in town watching a movie. There is potential in the theater being here. I am under the understanding that in the preliminaries that the budget was not funded. Am I correct?
Yep.
And may I ask, why is that?
Nobody bothered to show up at our meeting to explain their budget.
That would be, I'll take that on me. I didn't know I needed to be here.
So we had no idea what we were even voting on, so at this point it's preliminary. So.
Okay. So, I guess I need to work with somebody, and the theater manager needs to work with somebody to understand this process, because this is a process for all of us. We are a bunch of people that have come together and done a ton of work for our town and for the theater this year, like we've never been done before. We've never come together like we have now. And we've given you, a couple of months ago, a whole rundown of where we were, what we've done this year, and a peek into what we'd like to do. The work that has been done this year has been tremendous. There are 3 people involved. Well, one of them had a change in their livelihood over all of this. That was devastating, I'm sure, to that person. And now we have 2 other people that their livelihood is part of this decision as well. There seems to be some talk out about the theater building itself. The building obviously has been neglected for many years. Too many years. And it's not going to happen overnight to get a handle hold of any of that. And I'd like to say I definitely will be here at the next meeting, that I need to be. And I just want to put it out there, what is the harm in us having 1 more year to get a handle on this? The 501c group has been looking for a fiscal sponsor. It's not easy finding a fiscal sponsor. The organization has to be organized enough so they can take care of our needs for that first year or two while we're registering and getting our own 501c3. It's a lot of responsibility that somebody else is going to be helping us with. And we are searching and looking. We have met with people. And then we have to follow their schedule. We have to follow, oh, we don't meet again for another 6 weeks. Oh, and then they're going to discuss it. Maybe it's not a fit. Then we got to move on to somebody else. It's a work in process, and this mess is not going to get cleaned up in a year's time. But I see that it can. I think Jamie and Tara are doing a great job. They're dedicated. They are willing to put in the time, the effort, and I hope you guys are too. But please, somebody needs to let me know, because this is all new. New. So, we've got some good movies coming up. Next week we have Dean Neal, and he is calling it an MCI buffet. So there's going to be some holiday music. There's going to be some special guests I was emailed today. So that should be a great time, and that's free to everyone. And we have movies coming up. I went and saw Harriet there this last week, and it was a very sad movie, but one I felt I needed to learn and know about, so it changed me that way. And we have another comedy show coming up in January. Whole new group coming from Portland, so that will be fun. And a ton of other things that I don't have listed, but she's been working hard over there with Tara, and they're trying real hard. So please help us be informed, because we need it.
Thank you, Ann.
Thank you.
Next is town manager report.
All right, very good. Under town manager's report, it's almost time for Christmas. Holiday lights at Hawthorne Park will be on Wednesday, December 4th at 6 p.m. So we're going to make sure that you all come, because we're going to tell you about it several times. Wednesday, December 4th, 6 o'clock p.m. tomorrow. The MC will be Chris Peterson from Bud Shop and Save. He does a great job. The Warsaw Chorus will be there, and they are very good. The special guest with comments will be Brad Farron. Comments regarding the year of the bicentennial celebration will take place. Flipping the light switch for the tree will be Terry Vera from the hospital, our CEO. Santa will arrive and evidently have a great time with a horse and wagon. There will be hot chocolate and cookies donated by SVH, and then some additional lighting at the gazebo. So we want to make sure that everybody comes. Be patient with us as we deal with the snow and the recycling trailer. The recycling trailer that's here at the town office hasn't been here every single day as usual, but it will be back and stay here. At the transfer station, we have our new building, and the new building is not set up yet, and will be left as it is because there's plenty of snow piles around it now, and it would be difficult to move it. So we don't want anything to happen because of all the ice and the snow and everything. However, in its location, it can be worked on so they can finish the inside and be ready to hook everything up. So it looks really nice. If people have been up there, I'm sure that it stood right out. And it is not something that was left there for reuse so people can take. It's actually ours. Budget calendar for 2020. So that everybody knows, the next budget meeting in our long listing of scheduled meetings after this evening, which is just to go over items and see exactly where we're at, will be headed to the Finance Committee meeting on 12/12, probably some more discussion. And then on 12/17 will be the public hearing that will be held on the annual budget and capital budget as part of the regular meeting. And then thereafter, the council will vote on the budget. After review and or amendment, the budget will be approved, and then it will be done, and it will not go into 2020. Thank you. Now, I did want to also note a couple other items, which will be of interest. We were invited down to meet with the Maine Department of Transportation on the Main Street project. And so this is our long-awaited project that's been talked about for years. We came into a room full of people. There must have been 25 people there that are working on this project, all come together for a team meeting. So they talked about how the town of Pittsfield had a $250,000 community block grant to replace the sidewalk and street lights on the west side of Main Street from Stinson Road to Somerset Avenue. They noted that Maine Central Institute has an improvement project that may have potential impacts on the rehabilitation project, which warrants coordination of design. They talked about how they had a Coach Point meeting, which I believe is just a beginning meeting in July 2018 to discuss the potential scope of the project. The location will begin 0.09 miles north of Raymond Street, extending northerly 1.88 miles to the Pittsfield Detroit line. And so there's a lot of details about exactly what they're going to do. But overall, Library Street to Somerset Avenue will be a Millerville. Full width of the road, the width varies. Somerset Avenue to Madawaska Avenue will be a Millerville. They would have 12-foot travel lanes with an 8-foot shoulder. And then Madawaska Avenue going up to the Detroit town line, Pittsfield Detroit line, will be a mill to slope, reconstructing the shoulders, and as we know, that's kind of a difficult area. They will look for 11-foot lanes and 4-foot shoulders, and they're going to be working on the drainage. The one thing that was sad that we learned is that, of course, there's many steps to go through, and the advertising date for the project will not be till June 2nd, 2021. So this is now a 2021 project. It is not the year 2020, as we had been recently told. So it did get pushed off into 2021, and there's no moving it up because of all their time frames and everything. When we asked why it got pushed back, they said that they had trouble with the survey. Of course, they were backed up on work. They had to divide up some projects for funding, bridge projects and such. But that was not the reason. They had trouble with all the monuments and trying to do the entire survey. They still have monuments that they're not sure what they are on Main Street. It's just so old. There's so many pieces of granite out there. They still have some items that they need to determine. And so I was pleased to see that the project manager will continue to be Randy Barrows. He's extremely knowledgeable and very nice to deal with. And the program manager is Brad Foley, that I've known for decades. He actually lives in Bodenham, where I was the town manager back in the 80s. So he is very knowledgeable, long-term MDOT employee, and committed to getting the project done. They were very apologetic that it's been pushed back, but with the time frames and all the steps and things that have to be coordinated, and it did sound rather complex once they got into all the different details on the project. And even the engineers were sort of debating different items. We're in a congested area. There could be a lot of items under the road. It's going to be hard to fit the entire road into the right-of-way in a couple of places. And we're hoping that they can do that, because if they have to acquire right-of-way, that will push this back. And that's on the further part, way down on the South Main Street part. But hopefully this will all work. Maine Central Institute wants to do some different work up front and restructuring of the front and how the roads work, including other roads. So this will all develop over time. Our engineer was there from CES, and we were promised that we would have the survey information by now, and I don't believe we have it, so we've contacted them just to see if everything's been turned over to CES, because they're going to start designing the project, because now they've got where all the slopes are and the widths and how high things are going to be, so they can start designing the sidewalk to fit it in. They did talk about having the work that would be done by Maine Central Institute in the town tucked into the MDOT contract, which would make it easier because you wouldn't have 3 engineers, 3 contractors doing things. It does make it more costly because you're using the federal labor rates. We would have to use those to some extent ourselves, but usually when MDOT puts projects out, it costs more. The bids come in higher just because of all the requirements. Ours would come in higher than a regular project because we have community development block grant money. We have a 2-year amendment, which we got. I didn't think we were going to need that long, but I asked for 2 years, and good thing I did, because evidently it will take that long. So I did want to let you know, we did have a good meeting. Everybody's committed, they were excited about the project. Gotta keep calling them now that they've gotten going here to make sure that get the time frames and see how things change. I wanted to note we had a very good meeting with SAD 53 about the school resource officer program earlier, and the police chief had put out the paperwork for SRO to the full-time officers, and the due date I thought was today, and I didn't hear anything. I know one officer was considering it, so we'll hear shortly. SAD 53 does want to stay in the town, so we need to find an officer for them, for the schools. And then the last item that I'll mention is that we are doing business tips under the economic development part of the website for pittsfield.org, with small business tips that come from the Small Business Administration. That's been quite interesting. So I think that has worked out well. A lot of people have been going to look at them. We're going to advertise that a little bit more. Thank you.
Thank you, Kathy.
I had a question on the Main Street, if I could.
Sure.
Did the state say anything about any plan to fix the section from like CN Brown up past Franklin Street? Like, it's really bad. If it has to hold on for like 2 more years, the whole thing's just gonna disintegrate. The minute the frost hits that in the spring, all these big pieces of pavement keep coming out.
I think everybody is concerned about that part of the road. No, that's not part of the project. They have the monies from this account, which is for this project, which is the same amount apparently that they started out with for it. That can only be used for the new part of the project. A lot of it's design work, engineering, staffing, and everything, but a large chunk is construction. But yes, that has been mentioned to the state, and we may have to document that with a letter. Because
where does the project stop?
It starts 0.09 feet by Raymond Street, so it's right by Raymond. So it only gets part of that area.
Because they paved like 2 years ago, last year, they
Yeah, the
paved on
skinny
either
bits.
end of town.
Oh yeah.
And then I thought they were gonna fill in, I thought the Main Street project was gonna fill in between those, otherwise it's gonna leave a gap of really crappy road in between pavement, which doesn't make any sense.
No, I understand. So we'll keep working on them as we go forward here. We wanted to have all this come together so we could go for a site walk, but of course that was when we thought the project was going to be in 2020 here. But that doesn't mean that we can't do some items, get the committee together and start talking and getting the schedules from the state so we know exactly when certain things are going to happen.
Okay.
So Catherine, the overall project won't start until 2021. It won't happen until.
It won't be advertised for the contractors until 2021. They'll go through all their planning stages. There'll be a public hearing. There'll be information sessions. That's why we want to get their timeline, and then our project has to fit in with theirs, and Maine Central Institute needs to too, but we're sort of off to the side. So there's a whole number of steps that they go through. They got behind on their survey part with the monuments and everything that was going on and the other projects that they had. But now that they've actually had this meeting, which is very important, that means that these timelines start up. So what we have to do is get those and then keep asking them what's going on to make sure the project just keeps going.
So is the plan for the sidewalk, because we were doing the sidewalk from Somerset, corner of Somerset Avenue, Main Street, down as far
Yes.
as we can.
Mhm.
Is that the same area that's going to be paved? It sounds like it's a different area.
Yeah, our sidewalk's gonna go further, but we
Okay.
still have to fit the project in, and they actually said that was okay, and that they would, our sidewalk could go further than their area, we just would give them the bid package and follow their rules and everything, and they would bid the whole thing out, like we would be an alternate or something.
Okay.
Yeah, so yes, we can go beyond that area, which might be helpful if somehow they have, their money actually is more than what they think, or, they don't spend as much on certain things, maybe we can try to get a little further on the road too. That would be optimistic,
Can try.
yeah. But we have a better chance because the sidewalk will probably go down there.
Basically, if you jump through all the hoops and get all the paperwork and everything lined up, so that, then there's no, I know it's like pulling teeth, but.
No, I know. It's a complicated, much more complicated project just because of all the different sections and the deeds and working with all the people and the survey and I don't know why we have more monuments than most places have, but evidently we do.
Any other questions, councilors, on this report? Okay. Thank you, Catherine. Next is new business.
All right, on new business, we have ordinance 19-22 to be set to public hearing on December 17th, 2019. The town of Pittsfield hereby ordains to authorize the transfer of unencumbered appropriation balances to various accounts. And this would be from 1505 transfer station, $28,483. 2505 recreation would be $2,000. 25-10 library would be $10,000. 3005 general assistance would be $10,000. Debt service 5045 would be $2,800. And these funds would go to the following: 0135 legal, $15,777. 0140 municipal building, $3,000. 0520 streetlights, $3,000. 1005 public works, $21,000. 1015 cemetery, $1,175. 1510 recycling, $5,500. 2005 airport, $3,831.
Okay, I'll look for a motion from the council.
I move we set ordinance 19-22 to public hearing on December 17th, 2019.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Questions or comments? Any questions? No? Okay, not hearing any, since you're ready to vote, all those in favor of setting ordinance 19-22 to public hearing on 12/17/2019, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, nay. Ayes have it, and that ordinance is set to hearing.
Resolution 19-121, resolved that the town council authorize the town manager and deputy treasurer to expend and transfer up to $15,000 from the economic development account G4-110-02 for purchases for the bicentennial project and the initiation of a Pittsfield Day, being the third and last installment of funding.
I'll look for a motion from the council.
Move we adopt resolution 19-121.
Second. Moved and seconded. Questions or comments? Audience, anyone in the audience wish to comment on resolution 19-121? No? Okay, councilors, any questions or comments concerning resolution 19-121?
Is this funds that we had already approved, and this is just a matter of putting it into the correct account for them to access it?
Yes, that is correct. In fact, the Bicentennial Committee had done so well in the sale of all the merchandise that we didn't actually have to transfer the funds until, at the end of the year. But this is to transfer over everything, so the monies are all here now. There's a slight deficit between the expenses and the revenues, and they didn't get any transfer all year and had some large expenditures recently. And then the monies that are going to be left over, a little bit over 10,000, would go forward for the activities that were designated at the last meeting.
So we don't have another line item in the 2020 budget for this?
No.
Any other questions or comments, councilors, concerning this resolution? No? Okay, not hearing any, since you're ready to vote, all those in favor of resolution 19-121, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, nay. Ayes have it, and that resolution passes.
Resolution 19-122, resolved that the town council authorize the town manager and deputy treasurer to expend and transfer $1,125 from the municipal building reserve, pit 28, G160500, for the purpose of replacing the heating system pump for the basement level of the municipal building.
Look for a motion from the council.
I move we approve resolution 19-122.
Second.
Moved and
As I sit
seconded.
here shivering, I think we need a new heating system.
Yeah. Oh, by the way, right? Yeah.
That's actually not.
Is that for emphasis?
If you
I
needed,
know, I just.
if you needed a visual
Just trying
aid
to
why
point
this should
here.
pass, now you know what.
It can't go any higher.
Moved and seconded. Questions or comments, audience? Anyone in the audience wish to speak on resolution 19-122? Anyone? No? Okay, councilors? Questions or comments on resolution 19-122? It seems like a worthwhile investment to me.
Not bad in July down here, but I'll tell ya.
All right, any questions or comments? No? Not hearing any, since you're ready to vote. All those in favor of resolution 19-122, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, nay. Ayes have it, and that resolution passes as well.
Resolution 19-123, resolved that the town council authorize the town manager to execute a contract with the Humane Society Waterville area for the period of January 1st, 2020 through December 31st, 2020 for the sum of $1,770.30 per quarter to not exceed $7,081.20 for the year, and authorize the town manager to sign same.
We'll look for a motion from the council.
Move we adopt resolution 19-123.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Questions or comments? Audience, anyone in the audience wish to comment on resolution 19-123? Yes, ma'am.
Amanda Collmore, Library Street. Catherine, is this less than what we had thought, or is it more than what
Oh,
we
it's
thought?
more, it's still even more, it's quite a large increase.
That's what I thought, I just wanted to.
Well, given the letter from the,
Oh, yes, I guess we're getting our money for it.
I mean, we're
just the
getting quite a
cats.
bargain here with just the cats being.
Didn't realize there were so many cats in Pittsfield.
I don't think anyone realized that. That was quite a shock when I read that. I knew we had some, Caleb actually had been involved with some at the airport a few years ago, but nothing like that.
That was it, that was it.
Okay, any other questions, audience, concerning this resolution? Okay. Not hearing any, I'll turn over to council. Council, is any questions or comments concerning this resolution? It is an increase, no question about it. You're getting quite a bit of,
They said 130 cats they brought in. That's a lot.
yeah,
I can't even imagine.
I can't either. All right, any questions or comments? Not hearing any, since you're ready to vote, all those in favor of resolution 19-123, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, nay. Ayes have it, and that resolution passes as well.
Resolution 19-124, resolved that the town council authorize the town manager to execute a one-year extension of the airport lease at the Pittsfield Municipal Airport for the period of January 1st, 2020 through December 31st, 2020 to the Chimbrow Corporation for parcels B and C under the same terms and conditions as the 2015 through 2019 lease.
Look for motion from the council.
Move we adopt resolution 19-124.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Questions or comments? Audience, anyone in the audience this evening wish to comment on resolution 19-124?
I have a question more than a comment,
Sure.
because we talked about looking into adding a maintenance, maybe a maintenance fee to the leases as they came up.
Yeah, we would have to, if that's even legal, and there's different debates on that, I think it can be, we would have to pass regulations and go through a lot of steps. This is our agreement that's just for 1 year. And if we did decide to do it during the year, we have the authority in all the airport leases, with the exception of the one 40-year lease for $1 a year signed many years ago that expires shortly. We can increase the prices, if we have an ordinance or an order at the council meeting.
So that doesn't like traffic.
No.
Traffic.
Okay, thank you.
I'm sorry.
Audience, anyone else? No? Okay, I'll turn it over to council. Councilors, questions or comments concerning resolution 19-124?
Has this traditionally been a 1-year lease? 1 year-to-year lease?
Pardon?
Has this traditionally been
No.
a year-to-year lease?
No, but they're in the process of the trade with Curtis Air and moving the hangars around and putting their hangar up front where his hangar purchased from the town was, and all this. So they wanted 1 year to straighten all this out.
Okay, so next year we can revisit this, and that would give us time to
Oh,
go
certainly,
through the
yes.
structure and
Yes.
changes and everything.
And if somehow we change that in mid-year, we still have the authority, we could change this, but it is a 1-year lease.
Bob, you had a question?
Sure, Andrew, I just thought this was probably a condition of their lease, they could exercise if they wanted to extend their lease for a year or whatever, but.
It's just a 1-year extension
Okay.
until I put all those little amendments that were in there and put them into the body of the lease, the different amendments that we kept going through when they were trading around the lots. So this was 1 year to catch everything up.
Okay.
They usually have 5 years. Some of the hangars have been for 20 or 25 years.
Okay, any other questions or comments, councilors, concerning this resolution? No? Okay, not hearing any, since you're ready to vote. All those in favor of resolution 19-124, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, nay. Ayes have it, and that resolution passed. Next is discussion items, of which there were none. Is that correct?
I could discuss one.
Go ahead.
It sort of goes under budget, but it will prepare us for the budget. So I did want to notify you that this week, 2 employees left work, getting done giving no notice. So there were some ultimatums that were given, and evidently the town does not give in to ultimatums. I know that people have too much work to do, and that's why we're putting in for positions, but this is not the way to address that. You have to wait for the budget process to be completed, and everybody needs to perform, their jobs to the best of their abilities. And the town manager, is not going to be ordered to create positions if the positions have not been created by the town council. And so I understand that people are frustrated, but there's a process to go through, and people need to work together, and this was not the way to resolve the fact that everybody has too much work to do. So I apologize for that. The employees are here to work for the citizens and to help the citizens. We have a lot of work ahead of us, and we have devised a plan to deal with that. If any of the councilors have any questions at all, Nicole Nicholin, Town Clerk, and Emily Reed, Deputy Treasurer, said that they would answer those questions, and you can give them a call anytime or drop by. So we'll be short-handed for a while, but we will get caught up, and under no way whatsoever is this a method or a way to get more positions. That's going to be up to your decision, and we will, always do the best that we can with that.
Well, we have a council.
Catherine, do you have a plan for hiring or advertising for 2 positions?
Yes, one position is water sewer, and that's being studied. There was information that I needed, and I didn't receive that, but Emily Reed has taken over the water sewer, so I'll have all that information shortly. Annalise is coming on December 13th to review the entire water sewer billing process. And so she needs all the information ahead of time to look at that. And this is a good time for all of our associates to do this, because we're paying them a set fee, and they work as many hours as long as it doesn't get out of control. So having them look at all the water sewer, I think, is a good idea. Whoa, what's going on here? Would be a very good idea, because it seems to be a rather cumbersome process. It's the only one that I haven't gone through and learned the entire process or done any revamping. But it does seem to be taking an awful lot of time now, and so we'll have all of our associates go through it. They run 18 water districts or town water departments, and so they're familiar with different processes. In terms of staffing,
Or do they do the billing for those services as well, or just the mechanics?
the mechanics, but they do have some knowledge on the billing. They understand the collection process, the PUC requirements. We're going to have them do our terms and conditions. They have all the contacts. You know, frankly, we've talked about this internally, and, you know, maybe this is a service that could be done, you know, less costly and less frustrating in the private sector, or by another water, or by an actual water department. So we can look at all those things. So right now, I wouldn't hire for the water sewer position because there may be changes, but we will advertise for the AP position. So we have divided the work amongst ourselves and have our plan of action, and are going forward.
And do we still have a registered motor vehicle person?
Yes, yes.
Who is that? Is it
That's
Nicole?
Emily Reed.
That's Emily?
Yeah.
Okay.
How will this affect the town's revenue stream without a water and sewer person?
Emily is
bills.
going to do the water sewer billing.
She will.
Yeah, she's done it. She did it for years. She's very good at it.
Okay.
Okay. Any other discussion items that you can?
No, that's the only one. I thought you should
No,
know that.
that's it.
I was going to do it under the budget process, and I said, no, let's do it now.
Yeah. Okay, that brings us to reports. Audience, anyone in the audience this evening wish to speak? Yes, ma'am.
Amanda Collmore, Library Street. Just a couple of things. First of all, what is the status of our street light?
I know, isn't that frustrating?
It is so frustrating, and now that we have so much snow, and so no light is able to reflect well off of the one that's actually working,
No, I agree with you.
I'm so worried that a high school student's gonna get hit coming around that.
Yeah, I can understand. I went to look at that myself. That one is setting quite far back from the road and is a new pole. It has no numbers on it, which I went into the system to input things. The whole web form that we're required to do off the CMP streetlight form totally malfunctioned. And so that may be part of the process, because I've called up and they said it's not in their system. So I've called up a couple of times past that, and I have faxed it in and talked to their emergency department. Maybe that wasn't where I should have called, but they called right up and said, oh my God, is your power out at the municipal building? I said, no, that's not what I meant. It was a street light. So in any case, we got a lot of attention there. So I had 2 people guarantee to me that they would get that fixed.
Okay.
They said it would take a few days. I said, yes, this is been taking a while. But the form that's being used, when you try to put in the street lights, it says there's too many lights, so I'm not sure what's happened to it. It used to work fine. So in any case, I got permission to fax things in, made a fax form, and told the staff to fax them in from now on until they get that fixed. And I did come down and look at that, and yeah, that is really dark.
So dark. I'm so afraid that one of those kids, because they wear all black, is going to get hit on that corner.
No, I understand. That's
I've seen a couple of close calls, and it's because they don't use the sidewalk either.
No, of the many streetlights that have been out, that one is definitely one that needs to be fixed.
Also, why is the Egg Festival so early this year?
The Egg Festival takes place when the Kiwanis Carnival is able to get the carnival that they contract with to come. And so what has happened is we have to fit between these big carnivals, and so we get the week that's available. And so it is the week different from what is the Bangor Fair.
Yeah.
And so it's been moving its way up.
The Kiwanis, I've been in the Kiwanis in the past, and still I dabble in meetings every so often, as Ann knows, when I can. Yeah, they don't want to be in direct competition with Bangor State Fair or something, because they may not be able to get what they want to get. That's so they kind of have to. It has to become a little bit of a moving target, which is really too bad. But
My dad was president of the Kiwanis. I'm
yeah,
plenty
so you know.
familiar with that stuff. But they keep moving us, and we still get the crappiest rides they have. Right? I mean, we don't even buy the tickets or the bracelets or anything anymore because it's not worth it. I can go to Funtown and get way more better.
I think it's who they can get for the money they have available.
I think so.
Yeah.
I'm sure that that's part of it, but holy, that, I think we're gonna take a hit, the Egg Festival side of things, because that's awfully close to the 4th of July.
I
It's the
agree.
same week though, it's the second week of July. You
Well,
know,
it used to be the
calendar-wise,
3rd week of July.
Oh,
Well, it's been
yes.
the second week for the last 2
Yeah.
years.
I like
Yeah,
it.
So-
didn't they move the Bangor State Fair up too? I think
I
that's part of the problem.
believe that they did
Yeah.
move the Bangor
I think,
State.
honestly, Amanda, I think that's the biggest problem.
Okay.
I really do. Because you don't want to be in competition with them, because they'll take the rides.
Yeah,
Because they gotta have the draw. That's part of it. It's not all of it.
I liked it when it was the 4th week of July. You had more time to prepare.
Also, I wondered for the recycling committee, if you've considered about clothing donations to the Domestic Violence Project in Skowhegan, in addition to doing the.
You know, that's an excellent idea. I don't have a contact for you, but that's easy, and we can look into that, and, let me write that down.
Yeah, we have a contact.
You do? Okay. Well, I'll bring that up to the next meeting and see if we can get a
I
contact.
donate a lot
there.
of clothes to them, that's why I was
Yeah.
asking if you had thought about that.
Sure.
They're
I had
great
not, to be quite honest with
organization.
you, thank you.
Yeah, not a problem.
But, you can get that. too.
Yeah, I wrote that down. The Pittsfield Arts Club will buy things and donate items too.
Yeah. I do know, and I didn't wanna, push because I work there, but I think the Bangor Homeless Shelter will take quite a bit of that. I don't know if they'll take it all, but they'll take quite a bit. It's just that Pennywise gets overloaded with stuff.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
And, we want to be working together so that it works. You know what I mean? We don't want it to wind up Donnie having to throw all the stuff out for whatever reason when it's perfectly usable clothing. That's just waste. So, yeah, thank you, Amanda. I
Oh, not a
appreciate that.
problem, that's it for me.
I had not thought of that, to be quite honest with you. Anybody else in the audience wish to speak this evening? No? Okay, I'll take it over to council members, and I'll start with Heather. You aren't froze yet, right?
I want to thank Dan and all the bicentennial committee members for all their hard work this year. Actually starting last year, even halfway through last year when they started talking about it. It's pretty amazing, the sense of community that the bicentennial has brought people together, and I think people are really looking forward to the tree lighting tomorrow night. And so hopefully we can continue that going forward into some sort of Pittsfield Day. And the boat launch being completed and permitted and whatnot. And secondly, why on earth is the walkway to the back of the municipal building not shoveled? It does not look like it has been touched at all today. And now that everybody's been tromping over it, it's going to be icy because the snow's all packed down and even harder to clean off. So to walk in and look at that, nothing had been touched at all.
Yeah, I noticed that when I came out. I just didn't think of checking it. Michael usually checks it, but we've just been busier than usual. Yeah, well, often we have to shovel it off ourselves.
Well, I want to reiterate, that's why we thought that we needed a maintenance person here at the building
I know.
to take care of it, to make sure that people can actually get in and out of the building safely to do the business of the town, including our employees. So I'm appalled to see that.
No, I agree with you. When I went to check and unlock the door, I said, oh no, I'm never going to get this shoveled off before they get in here.
No, Public Works should be taking care of that. I put it squarely on them. I know they're busy today, but sidewalks need to be shoveled. The entrance to the building needs to be shoveled. It does not take that long to do. So we need to make sure that somebody's available to do that. It's just as important as making sure that the roads are plowed.
Nothing else?
No.
Okay. Howard?
I just want to ask, when the state of Maine closes its door for a storm, schools close their doors for a storm, businesses close, medical offices close, why the hell are we here tonight? Number one. And number two, I second Heather's dismay with the walkways. If we're going to have a meeting here I demand that we get access in. And you, Catherine, with your steadiness on your feet, there's no way that you're going to get out of this building tonight safely. And that troubles me, because, your health is important to the town.
No, I understand.
And the fact that, everybody risked their lives to come out here tonight, granted the storm may be over, but the roads are not perfect, and we all need to get home, and for what we've done for business tonight, it certainly could have been done more expediently, on another day or another time, that we could find a quorum to do it, but to come out tonight after most of us have been out all day shoveling or clearing our ways to get here, and then find a walkway to the town office, not ready for us, I think is a travesty.
No, and I do apologize. I would have got it cleaned off. I just came down a few minutes before you all came in, so I do apologize.
Well, it's one thing, for you, when you spend all night here and don't go home sometimes, and not notice that. But for us who are out and about sometimes, I think that, we really, it shows a lack of respect for those of us who give our time. And volunteerism, I've talked about this before, is not appreciated enough in this town.
From now on, I believe from now on, before we have a meeting, Highway Department will check and
It's
make
not
sure
just
that's
about
cleared
the
off.
meeting night, though. I mean, it should have been shoveled all day. If
Well-
the office was open, that should have been
I
cleared off and a way for someone to
completely
get in and out.
I completely get that.
It's okay.
It's
It's
a drop ball, okay?
Yeah.
That's the bottom line. It needs to be rectified.
There's every office, even the medical offices, somebody goes out every hour or two to clear the walks because, bad publicity to have somebody trip, in the medical office.
And and who wants anybody getting hurt? Bottom line, nobody wants anybody getting hurt.
You're right, Tim. You're
And
right.
I agree that needs to be looked at.
No, I agree and do understand. It used to be me for so many years.
I
It has not been now.
gotta say something, it's not appropriate for you to be out shoveling though.
No, that's their job.
Not anymore, but
No,
I
that's
used
their
to
job.
do it. I was the big shoveler here.
I understand in all our businesses and all our jobs, anybody that keeps a job in this day and age, you go over and above, but I think for the majority of us, I think the shoveling days are over, okay?
Yes, that's true.
And I don't want to see you out there shoveling either.
No, I don't do it
No.
anymore.
No.
No, not at all. I'll talk to Public Works again.
Thank you.
Is it-
Is there anything, no?
No.
Okay, Matt?
I was gonna mention the shoveling too, but I don't wanna be
Say
a
it
dead,
again.
I don't wanna be a dead horse,
You're
but
all correct.
yeah, it's just unacceptable to come in here and it's like hasn't been shoveled all day, but I find it, kind of disappointing that out of all the people that use this building, there's more than just you, Catherine, that works here. There's other people in this building, including firefighters and police officers. Not one of them volunteered to shovel the walkway for 5 minutes being here. I mean, that's unacceptable. I mean, if there's a shovel up there, I don't mind shoveling it tonight before I leave, but it's not a problem. But I wish more people would, step up to the plate and, just put in another 5 minutes and help everybody out here. That's how we get things done is, we all work as a team here. So. And I realize, that Public Works is very busy, so I can't badger them, but for the whole parking lot not being perfectly spotless, but again, I'll have to say, the police department's here and the fire department here. What if there's a fire and people are trying to use that entrance or whatever and
Or you got
slip
the
and fall?
82-year-old woman that's got to pay a water bill that slips and breaks a hip and then they're in the nursing home. That's,
Right.
because that happens. People will come in no matter what the weather is, especially the elderly people will come in.
No, I totally agree. I was kind of shocked when I saw it. It was fine this morning and then later in the day, in the morning, but I wasn't out after that. So we'll talk with Public Works.
Also, what otherwise, the shoveling, the theater thing. I just want to say, you know, the people that have stepped up and really have been like fighting for the theater, I just want to thank them. The people of the theater are just like, they've really impressed me this year, how they've just made this like complete 180 of what's going on down there. And it's just too bad that the building that they have to work with, it's been in just such disrepair and poor maintenance all its life, and I feel like we're at the end and we're running out of money, and let's hope that nothing seriously major comes up, because I mean, you know how it is, the budget is just, it's like this thin margin, and all it takes is just this one big thing to blow up, and then, you know, we're kind of in a corner at this point. So, and we were kind of, I know we had talks of the meeting house as being a possible venture, but now of course they're working on their projects as well, which, I mean, we understand everybody has their own things they need to get done, so we'll get through this, I'm sure. But as far as knowing when to be here and whatnot, I'll make sure if possible I can contact you or.
Thank you. I'm probably talking out of turn. I'm a little stumped because I've been on the committee before, and I don't ever remember anybody having to come.
Usually it's department heads.
Yeah,
It
It's
should have been
department heads,
department.
is who
Okay.
we expect
Well,
to see when we're
I
going
have
through budget.
concerns that she is not being properly guided. This is a brand new gig for her. We need to keep that in mind. She's doing a
Sure.
great job.
We did talk about it, and she was very, very apologetic. She just got going and working on something else and just forgot to come. And she was very, very apologetic. She's a very hard worker.
She is.
It was just a little bit out of ordinary, and she was very apologetic.
That's it.
Okay.
Thank you.
Caleb, did you want to throw anything in?
All I was gonna say is, even before when you started talking about the walkway, I was gonna say I was late because I was up shoveling the walkway. But
You can go do it.
yeah, yeah. I'm just sorry for being late. I just
That's all right.
family comes first.
Oh, yeah.
Yep. It's one of those
You
times.
made it for the most important part.
Yeah, well, I don't know about that. I guess.
Alrighty, Bob.
I don't have a whole lot. I just would like to echo Heather's comments about Jan and the Bicentennial Committee, the hard work they put in this year. And all the other groups that he mentioned also that put in a lot of work to make things happen. Congratulations to all of them. I was going to mention the walkway also. And Catherine, I know it's hard working upstairs as it was. Not even be two people short. Hope you can make things work up there. Keep up the hard work, and things will come together, I'm sure.
Yep, they will.
Oh, Caleb didn't hear that announcement.
Let's see now. Oh, about the change of people.
Yeah.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes.
I do want to say, just real quick, I spoke to a couple of people that work with me that live from other communities, and they all said that their towns had the town offices had modified schedules. You know, like there was some sort of modified schedule, and they didn't know whether the town office was ever open, but people couldn't come in. I mean, they didn't know as a people, but they all had like days that they couldn't go to the town office, and one of them had told me that they have one day that the town office stays open a little bit later. So like maybe they don't open until,
Like 10 to 6 or something.
Yeah.
Shift
So
the day
people
a little.
that, yeah. So I just am kind of speaking. I really feel like that's a really good idea to help the workflow up there. To have hours, set hours where the people upstairs can just focus on their work and not have people coming through the door, but not limit it too much, because you don't want to like bottleneck it, but at the same time, you know, I mean, maybe I don't know what it is, but I know that once you set it up, there's going to be some complaining, but then once it's like that, it's going to be just like the dump was, because the dump hours kept changing a little bit there, and now they've got into this cycle that they're in right now. Everybody complained at first, but I mean, it's not a big deal at all. I mean, You know, at
Works
first
well.
it seemed like a big deal that they weren't going to be open on Sundays and Mondays, you know. But now it's just like, yes, not a problem at all.
No, it is a good idea. I've researched some of the schedules, and I had one of those extended schedules in another town. We weren't open on Wednesday during the morning, but we stayed open late on Thursday. So you figure out what works. You want everybody to be able to still get in, but we are open a lot of hours.
Yes, and I think that'd be a good trade-off to allow the people upstairs to have a little bit of time to just focus on getting stuff done without having all the extra, including you.
Yes,
having all the
yes,
extra.
they knock on the window too, although it might be harder now because of the snow.
Right, I'm done, sorry.
No, that's fine. I don't have an awful lot. Glad everybody got through the storm. I want to thank you, Catherine, and the town employees for doing the hard work. I'm not going to beat the dead horse about the butt out there. I think, but it definitely needs to be improved. I want to thank future councils for coming in and sitting through these meetings, and so you can see what you signed up for. And I guarantee you won't be bored. You won't be sitting around your house going, gee, I wish I had something to do. It won't work that way, I can promise you. Thank you, Ann, for coming in. I do want to say, unless something drastic comes up, I did, just publicly, I did vote on to give the theater committee another year. And unless something drastically changes between now and then, I will be voting that way again, just so that everybody knows. Everybody has their good reasons for voting the way they do. None of them are stupid. They all make sense to me. I'm willing to give them another year. That's just me. Okay, so I'm just letting you know that. I want to put that out there. The other thing is I want to say, on a sad note, I don't know if people are aware of this or not, but Merlin Ouellette passed away this weekend. And those of you who know Merlin Ouellette, he was one of the head of plumbing and contractor business here in town. I've known him for decades. I know his son Peter. His wife, I used to work with her in the mill, and my condolences go out to him and his family. I think he died of a sudden heart attack or something. Happened last Saturday, from what I've been told. So, condolences go out to the Ouellette family. And I think that Public Works is not going to be bored this winter. I think they have plenty of snow to move by the looks of things out there. And hopefully we'll get through this process, the budget process, get through it, and get on the other side of it. And I want to thank you for help and suggestions on the recycling committee on where to get these things, because at $64 a ton, if somebody can wear the clothes, they're throwing it in there, it makes perfect sense. And we are looking, Sherry Littlefield is very responsive and about getting us back into the school system, Donnie and company back in there. And other than that, I have no report, so I'll look for a motion to adjourn.
Move to adjourn.
Second.
Move to second. All those in favor of adjournment, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, nay. Ayes have it, and this meeting is adjourned. However, there's another side to the story, as Paul Harvey used to say. Now the rest of the story. The adjournment stops for the regular meeting, but we will be doing the budget process, budget workshop scheduled directly after this.
So I do need to leave the video system on, because you can't have 2 days, 2 events behind each other and have it work properly. It didn't work right the last time. We don't want to lose the budget session. So if we could go right into, if we could go right into the budget, that would be good.
Anybody need to take
Ann
it?
has a question.
Is that something I should stay for?
Only if you don't have anything on the theater on that, right?
No, it's just an update on a couple items.
This is an update on exactly where we're at
You can if you want to.
and what we'd like to do, what the mill rate increase, if everything stayed the same, would be. It's just a general update.
If I'm not needed, I have to.
Unless you're having problems falling asleep at night, I would suggest that, no, you're all good.
Okay,
I
more
thought-
than happy to stay.
I thought we were gonna follow up on the theater with Jamie tonight. I thought that was the plan, that because we didn't see her last week, that we were gonna be able to talk to her this week about the theater budget. When are we gonna follow up on the theater budget?
Yeah, I thought that was tonight.
She was coming to the next meeting of the town council.
The 17th?
Yes.
So that's the night that we're like discussing the whole budget and approving the budget. So,
Do you have specific
Taking notes
questions
of
for
that.
her?
well, I was one of the 5 that did not find in favor of continuing for the theater budget because I think we as a council have not made any provisions to fix the building or a plan of any kind to move forward on fixing the building or even keeping up on the maintenance, like the marquee and all the things that need to be fixed. We haven't put anything into the budget for any of that, and I don't know if that's the discussion for tonight. We're talking about getting an update on operations. If we're going to continue, if we're not going to put money into the building, then I don't see a future for the theater if the building is crumbling around it.
Unless they have
I
another
don't think
plan.
it makes sense.
Unless they have some other plan or another building in mind. The building's the biggest.
The building is the stopping point.
That's
The
their
theater, in its own thing, is a wonderful thing, and it's a wonderful service to the community. That's not my problem. It's the building that it's in, and if we're not going to do something about the building, then it doesn't make sense to keep doing this because it's only going to get worse and worse and worse.
Yes.
The building hasn't had any money put into it for years.
No, that's what
One
I'm
more
saying.
year isn't going to make a difference. I would like to see the
Yes, it
501c3
The problem
take care
is
of
people
it.
have been saying that for years. Is that one more year, nothing will happen next year. We can worry about it next year. We can worry about it next year. At some point, it becomes, okay, the roof is going to collapse. Or, the marquee is going to fall off and hurt somebody waiting in line to go to the police or something. Because, if there's electrical issues in there and the lights don't work and everything else, and there's
That's the
wiring.
least of the problems.
Exactly. If there's wiring in there that's screwed up, you could have a fire. It's not something to mess around with. And if we're not going to at least address that one pretty major eyesore of a dangerous thing on the very front of the building, then...
Have we ever had anybody get this close or work this hard towards a 501c3? We need to have time. We need to have time. It doesn't happen overnight.
They had 15 years of somebody running it who should not have been running it,
Exactly.
okay? All right, and our town manager oversaw that, okay? And did not recognize that fact for 15 years. So I'm not blaming that person necessarily. It's, my problem is that, our town manager did not give us direction on what had been going on for years.
Well, the budget has been the same, and council boards in the past have just blindly passed the budget. So I can't say that it's Catherine's fault. That's the.
You can blame it on 2 town managers if you want to blame it on one.
Well, that's
I don't
fine,
think
but the
it's
council
anyone's
can't
fault.
make decisions unless they have the information.
We never, Howard, we never should have been in this business to start with, and you and I both agree with that.
Yeah,
Yeah,
And,
exactly.
and she's not an expert in theater management, neither was Dwight, and neither was former employees that worked there. And I'll go further back than even Donna, Marilyn. And it's just, it is what it is. And unfortunately, we got a pile of manure when it comes to a building. That's what we're looking at. We got a problem building. It's been neglected for years, but we can't change that now. It is what it is. We got to deal with what we got right now.
I want to say when I was on town council years ago, there was a problem with the roof, and we went up there and spent some money, some significant money. It wasn't $5,000. It was like, how much was it? You guys remember?
I don't now, because that was quite a while ago.
I remember us really thinking about it because it was like.
Was it a patch?
When they put the beams in and stuff, is that what you mean?
Yes.
Yes. Yeah. It wasn't. It was an attempt to get the building to last like it's lasted right now, instead of, yeah. Yeah. I know that when we were on the council back then, we were really hemming and hawing about, and I want to say, it must have been right before you came on. Must have been.
I do not recall this at all.
You do not recall?
I think it was like back in, it was like 2000, 3 or 4?
No, it would have been
No,
later
it's
than that.
past
Was it later than that?
Yeah, it would have been like 6 or something like
The
that.
council
6 or
has had
7, yeah.
numerous discussions about the theater and how much money they want to put in it. They've had several studies that were completed, some of which were done by construction companies for free for the town and was distributed to the council, as well as ones that we paid for. The item is the ticket, the price ticket of this, which has been notoriously high for many, many years. And there is a reluctance, of course, to get a loan to spend. You know, it's one time it was $467,000, and then as things went along and it was dug into more, it was $750,000, and then it's gotten up a little bit higher than that.
Yeah, and then I think there was, Mike Gray and maybe Pete Vigil tried to do something with,
There's several things that were trying to be done.
yeah, with some different organizations. I mean, so it isn't like the town council just totally ignored this thing. I mean, it's just been a issue that I think that we've recognized that the theater is kind of a neat thing for the town to have, and for what it costs the town, which is $30,000-$40,000, it had that support. I think the town council has felt from the community to kind of keep it going. But I do agree that right now we've really got to try to decide, like Heather's saying, are we going to continue to put Band-Aids on it because that's what we can afford to do, or are we going to totally just because we've Band-Aided the building to where it is right now, and I don't think that it's probably. I mean, it would be interesting to get this opinion from somebody else because I'm not the right person, but from my touring and like from talking to people there, I don't think it's a safety hazard other than the marquee piece is probably like, that I think is actually like coming off the building, right? Is that what the deal is?
It was secured to the building, it just looks bad.
So whether that is something really that we should try to figure out whether, I don't know.
Caleb, I think if you can't just, my understanding is you cannot just take down, which that's what I want to do. I was like, well, let's get a four-wheel drive truck and take that sucker down. You can't just do that because now you've got that exposed front, all those old glass doors. It's going to have to be a bigger project than just having a contractor take it down. It's going to have to be addressed. And I would love to have the chance to have a 501c3 and raise money through a capital campaign, which we got one chance to do that and do it right. It isn't a bunch of people saying, yeah, let's do this, let's do that. We have to have professionals come and guide us, tell us how to do this. And there are grants out there. And if we're a lucky town, we might be able to get grants that will help us with something like that. I've talked to many, many communities, and the one that I've talked to recently is Corinna. And what they did up there was amazing, absolutely amazing. And it was all done with 11 grants.
Talking about
$2 million.
Yeah.
They raised, and but you can't just fly by the seat of your pants. You have to be organized. You have to know what you're doing. You got one chance.
Where are we at in the 501c3?
We are trying, as I was saying earlier, to find the fiscal sponsor, somebody that will, and it has to be an organization that has their own 501c3 and that they can facilitate, and our money will actually go for,
They receive the grant.
They receive the
And they
grant,
administer
then
it
they
to
filter it to us. So you have to have a very organized group of people that have a treasurer, that they have to be in place themselves.
So you can't. So you're not necessarily trying to start your own 501c3?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, you are.
We will be doing that. The reason why we're looking for this fiscal sponsor is once we get one and we get everything up to snuff with them, we can immediately start applying for grants and whatnot, even while we're applying for our 501c3.
Why is this such a drawn out process for a 501c3? It's not just a couple forms and then.
No, it's the whole, you have to have
Oh,
a,
no.
It's
Board
There's
really.
a
of
whole
directors.
organization that needs to be set in place. You
Yeah,
have to have a board of directors,
directors.
you have to have policies in place for your treasurer to follow, for issuing and receiving checks and funds through that fiscal sponsor.
I mean, everything takes.
They actually do your applications for you, they receive the grant, and then you let them know when you have expenses that can be applied to that grant, they reimburse you. And then you have to do reporting back to them. So you have to have a whole system of reporting as well for who got paid what, where are the invoices to follow. You have to be able to follow the paper trail, because that 501c3 that's acting as your fiscal sponsor, they're taking on the responsibility of your organization until you have your 501c3 and are operating on your own. So
And
it's
that
like
process
somebody,
will take-
it's like somebody
It's very-
co-signing
they're being
for your
very
first
generous.
car loan
Yeah.
type thing. You know, they're responsible, and they have to file reports with the federal government and the state government as far as income and expenses, and the same thing for the,
but it can take up to 2 to 3 years to get your own 501c3.
depending on how well
And you
organized you
can
are.
see even how
Yeah.
it is with the sidewalks here.
Mhm.
Everything takes time.
So, thinking back into the budget processes that we've gone through, there was a study done in 2003 for the cost of fixing up the theater. At that time was $467,000. I believe I'm correct on that figure. Now, the town did not want to go out and borrow this money for obvious reasons. They had many things they wanted to do and felt that paving was more important, which I understand. And then there was other monies put into it, including up to $98,000 for making sure that the roof was going to be stabilized with the columns. There was roof money put in to make sure that we could get through what Caleb remembers, you know, a number of years with the work on the roof, which with proper patching we have done that. But over the time we've gotten additional studies, and they've shown that this project, you know, is over 700,000, and then it's over 870,000, and it just keeps getting bigger and bigger. And you know, I understand, and anyone in the citizenry, and Ann, and anyone can understand why we're not going to go get a loan and do this. You know, we have to find other monies. I mean, the town is never going to do that. They would get a loan for their roads first to do paving, you know, because you do your basic necessities. No one wants to lose the building, so that means you have to have a way to finance it. The town is limited because we're not a 51% low and moderate income, so we're not eligible for some of these grants that have helped other places. Corinna got one of the CDGBs that would be helpful, Community Development Block Grant. The Dover Foxcroft got one. There were other ones that got fixed up, and then that was seed money. And so we're not eligible for these. A 501c3 is probably not going to be, but you're going to be able to get other monies the town can't get, which are foundation funding. The town sometimes can get foundation funding from some entities because they will accept our tax ID number, and the fact we write a letter, and the library got a lot of these, but others will not accept the town of Pittsfield. They want a true 501c3. So by being a 501c3, it will open you up to other monies the town cannot get. I don't know the extent of that, but what we need is a really good plan. We need to focus on that, and then go out and apply for funding for the theater to fix all these different items, and choose, you know, like we did for other projects, to do parts of the building, like the library, with certain funding, apply for the different parts, do it as building blocks. But we have to be totally organized, know that we're going to have a theater, have the expenses and revenues set up, so when, you know, organization looks at it, they say, yes, it's sustainable. And see, right now, the town funds it, so it's not as though it's sustainable.
It's just a service at this point.
Well, that's my question. Is it sustainable? Can it ever be sustainable? It has not been sustainable in the last 40 years that the town has had it. You know, I mean, for it to be sustainable, you have to operate it as an actual theater, a movie theater, and charge the prices that people are charging for gate prices. And the other thing that you have to think about too is, you know, the funding for this theater operations is coming from sales of concessions. A lot of times the ticket price doesn't pay for the movie, right? The tickets that come in, they don't cover the cost of the movie.
Not always, but we've rectified that.
So, well, with the sponsorships.
Yep.
But in general, we don't always draw enough people to actually pay the movie price.
Not always, no.
And
right.
so we're depending on feeding our children, candy, soda, popcorn, all really healthy things for an environment for, if you think about it in a different way, we are saying we want you to have this culture, we want you to have this, and here, we're going to depend on you buying all these really unhealthy things in order to
push
fund
comes
it.
to shove, we can start serving salads too.
Well,
at the
it's-
movie theater.
I'm just
Because it is a movie theater
I'm
right
just
now.
pointing it out. It is a movie theater. And I have a hard time seeing it as something other than a movie theater because of the constraints of the actual building. Can the theater itself become more than just a theater? Yes. I don't think it can be done in the footprint that it's in, and you had talked about having another building next to it and expanding and everything else. That's way beyond where we're at now. We're just like, do we keep this building or not? Can we afford to keep operating this building or not?
Well, my question is to the council, if it's not a movie theater and you shut it down, what is your plan for the building? What are you guys gonna do with it? You gonna let it rot on Main Street?
No,
Maybe
we
we could
talked
have another
about that.
park.
We talked about that. I pointed out even if we don't fund the theater as it is here, we still have expenses to that building. It either needs to be heated or it needs to be shut down and maintained even when it's empty. So it's not like that line item
roof
is
still
just going
needs
to
to be
go
shoveled
away.
in.
There's still issues there that have to be attended to.
Did you have just a second?
I do. First of all, I want to say that nobody who doesn't support funding this is at all criticizing what you guys have done, because
No.
what you guys have done is really amazing. I wish it had been done 15 years ago.
Yeah.
But
Yeah,
unfortunately, it hasn't, and we're stuck with this building. And when you talk about Corinna, you're right, Corinna did a great job with their thing, but they have a huge facility. They can do so much more than we can do with our little theater. They are an actual performing arts type center, and they're set up for that. So they had that advantage that Pittsfield Theater does not have, unfortunately. And I would love to see you guys do a 501c plan, but as a taxpayer who utilized that as a kid, who brought my kid to it, it's sad. I have a lot of nostalgia with that. It's sad to see it go. But I'm looking at an over 10% increase without the theater on my tax that I can already barely afford. Do I really want to put another $100,000 as a taxpayer on that and increase our mill rate even more? 1.44 mill rate increase right now without the theater on our budget. That's a huge increase. We have a retired population who can't afford our taxes now. We have to do an increase. With minimum wage going up and our contracts going up, there's nothing we can do about it. But we can pick and choose what we're willing to fund. And I hate to see the theater be one of the things that goes. But theater, please, theater, my freaking road, I need it fixed.
Right.
I'm tired
But are
of
you
having to
looking at this
do.
as another long term, another 10 years, another going on? We're looking at one more year. One more year.
But one more year, 15 years ago, was already an issue. I remembered that project for the roof. I remember when we had to close the theater because the roof was no longer safe. That was 15 years ago. It was a patchwork job. I don't know how much more we can stand with that roof. It's unfortunate. Like I said, I don't want to see the theater go, but I don't see how we can support it even with numbers going up right now. I don't see it being a long term. How long can we get businesses to support movies to cover the loss of cost in tickets? Even when you don't count in the concessions stuff. Because I gotta tell you, when I go to a theater, I don't buy concessions because I can't eat sugar. So, and I know there are more people like that. And it's too bad. This should have been done earlier. It hasn't been, and now we're in this place.
Yes.
I guess my opinion, and this is only my opinion, if the theater is shut down and it's not funded, what do we do with the building? My thoughts is tear it down. We have our own roll-off trucks, we have our own equipment, tear that theater down and have an empty lot there, and who knows what may pop up, what business, there's Klein Smith right next door, what business could go into that spot and make it even better? They could build something new. They could expand, Chimbro could build something there, or Klein Smith, or Rennie's, or whoever, somebody could buy it and build something there, and it could be even better than what we could do.
I will say this, and I'm probably gonna get some blowback for saying it, but I'm gonna say it anyway, whether that camera's on or not. You know how I feel about it, and you all got good issues, you all bring up good points to the table. You guys wanna remember something though, these budgets are not gonna go down, they're gonna go up. You shut that theater down, that's fine. There's only one thing left that you can shut down after that if things get tough. And I know this is in the future, and that's the swimming pool. After that, the sacred cows start coming. You're looking at the library, you're looking at the police department, you're looking at the fire department. Unless trends change, just to forewarn you two, we got some tough decisions to make here down the road. The sacred, and you want to hear, you even mentioned shutting that library down, and I guarantee you're going to hear caterwauling like you've never heard in your life. Same thing with the police department if we have to talk about regionalization down the road. You are going to hear screaming and hollering and caterwauling like you're going to have 300 people sitting here screaming at you. So guys, just remember one thing. This is the only thing left after this that we got some wiggle room is the swimming pool, and then after that the sacred cows start lining up. And I'll tell you, you don't want to be sitting in these chairs when the sacred cows come out, because it's not going to be pretty, just so you guys know. I'm just warning you ahead of time. I see this coming unless the trends change, and I hope I'm wrong. I hope I'm dead wrong. I hope we have a good tax year next year. We have some extra money, and I'm an optimistic person. But I'm just telling you, if the trends continue, we're going to have some tough decisions to make here the next 3 years, just so you guys know. Just want to put it out there. Something to chew on, okay? You say, what's that got to do with right now? Well, just food for thought. We didn't have the foresight to see this problem with the theater. We want to have the foresight to see what we're going to do about some of this stuff, because it's going to get ugly pretty it continues.
I think we always thought with the theater, as we got all the different studies in and did some work on it, that we really, truly would find the grants for it, just like we found for everything else.
Everything else, yeah.
But we just didn't. All the millions, all the millions and millions of dollars and all the matches and everything. I think we truly thought we would find the money for the theater, and it just has not materialized.
It's kind of like the train depot. I mean, I don't know what we should do right now with this because I'm still up in the air. But I mean, it was a good thing we didn't tear down the train depot and give up when we were still. And maybe that isn't the right analogy, but I mean, luckily that all came together in a pretty neat scenario.
Yeah,
and now we've got something. We got a neat little gem. I'm not sure that that's going to work in this scenario, but looking back, that's kind of a comparison of one that we kind of band-aided, and we did a foundation, we got a grant, we did this.
13 grants, and we were able to save the building and make sure it wasn't
I guess that was
collapsed, but it was going to, but the roof was going to leak.
Can I ask a really stupid question? Can I ask a really stupid?
Historical building.
Yeah,
It
I
had
agree.
more potential to it because it was a historical building, and
it wasn't
does
costing
not.
the town money. Yes,
it does
and
not
it
have
wasn't
the
really.
possibilities.
Yeah, and it wasn't really costing the town money to have it sit there. It wasn't like a big
We weren't
line
spending
item on
$35,000 to $70,000 a year to maintain having
My
it.
stupid question number one, and I'm just curious, because I know nothing about construction of the theater other than what I've been told. Is it possible that if that was going to be redone, let's say you was going to trash that building and put a new one in, is it possible to take the roof rate completely off that and put that all on one floor and actually utilize better space going back? I know it probably costs you more to do that than it would be to replace the building, but I'm just curious. I wonder if that could be
I don't think
that stuff taken down and out this
There's no
way.
room.
Does that make sense? Or?
Where do you go? Into the parking lot behind?
Yeah, that's the place you go, then that road.
But I mean, what do we need that great big roof for? other than, you know, what's up, you know what I'm saying, part of that roof. Is
But
there-
what does it matter whether it's 3 stories or 1 story?
Yeah.
You know, the only thing with those other 2 stories anyway.
No, it's just,
And
right,
you can't go back because you're gonna be out in the middle of the road.
yeah, I'm just
And
curious
there's
how that
no way to go
works.
sideways and you can't come forward.
Be in the road, yeah.
So you have a lot of constraints there that limit what you can do with that building.
I guess my point with all of this is, if we're going to keep the theater open for 1 more year to get the 501c3 up and running and everything else, with the plan to transfer the building next year to the 501c3, correct?
Well, what she says is gonna be 2 or 3 years, so we're really
It
looking
could.
at.
No,
You don't know.
Once you
You know,
get the
starting-
fiscal sponsor though,
Starting
you
from
could-
scratch, and if you have somebody guiding you to help you do your paperwork and get everything set, it should be pretty streamlined, because you don't have any cumbersome things that you're changing to, like, you can make it what it needs to be to get it done the first time. A lot of times, if it's 2 or 3 years, then it's because you already have a loose organization of some kind, and you have to like modify what you're doing or set new goals. But if they're starting from scratch, you can kind of follow the rules right along to make you be what you need. So I don't think it will take 2 or 3 years. But if we are going to fund this and say 1 more year, you've got 1 more year, then I think we need to do something about that marquee, and we have to put money in for a marquee project to take it off or fix it or do something so that it's not a danger to people walking underneath. It's not a fire hazard with wires going to who knows where. I don't think it's responsible to keep that the way it is. If that's the biggest issue at the moment, if the roof is holding its own, then I think we need to fix that because it's a huge hazard.
We had
You don't
the,
have any money to do it though.
we had the roof, maintenance take place and it was in good condition, you know, relatively, so it's held up again another year. Places were fixed, which if you keep doing that, it will not leak if you do that. So that's taken care of. You have a bit over $10,000.
Wasn't it 15 for the marquee?
Yeah, it was actually,
Project?
once they went and looked at it, there were quotes up to $24,000.
To do what?
To tear
Repair
off
the
the whole
marquee.
marquee, fix all the electrical wires.
Yeah, that's if you replace exactly what's there, is that correct?
I think that was even more, but we'll have to get the quotes out. I saw them briefly.
Let's just use that as a ballpark
Yes.
figure.
Yeah, use that.
And say that like say 25,000, just to make it a round number, and say that if we're gonna operate the theater this year, then we also need to have that go along with it. So we're looking at like $50,000 we'd be spending, because I think our gap was down to about 35 because of the new budget that Jamie put in. So that makes it about 50. 60. 60. That we would be saying we're gonna spend on the budget on the theater this year in order to fix those structural things that are imminently dangerous, as well as continue operating
Yeah, I
to
think
the budget that they submitted, and they have a capacity in the budgeting's been redone, Catherine Wright, so that when they have extra funds coming in from their fundraising type shows and things, that goes into certain operating lines, right?
Yes, we have that
So
set
there's
up.
that capacity to do that. I'm just saying they kind of have to go together hand in hand. If we're gonna say, yes, we're gonna operate the theater again this year, then we need to say, yes, we're going to responsibly operate the theater, which means we're gonna make sure nobody gets hurt standing outside or anything else.
And I think, Heather, just to go back, I think you had said that you had kind of added up some numbers. It would be like 12,000 just to have the building,
Just to sit there idle.
just to sit there idle, right?
I
Isn't that the
I
number?
went through the budget that we had, and I was just looking at the heating.
You know, because we still have to shovel the roof, we still have to,
The electricity,
water.
minor heating.
Yeah, I think it was somewhere around 12,000.
Yeah, it's kind of what the rough number was that you would come up with, I think, Heather. So, I mean, it's
Right.
just such a hard thing. I mean, honestly, if I could have the perfect scenario, I would say, let's let's bank a bunch of money, like every year, you know, kind of like some money that we would be putting into the theater and save it up, you know, and then like wait 5 years until we have like $150,000 saved up, and then work with another group to build like a real, you know, I mean, like I think that would be a great sacrifice, you know, to not have a theater for 5 years, but be banking money to go out and build, or to partner with somebody to build, or something that maybe isn't owned by the town. I don't know how that could work, or even if it's possible. But I mean, I think that would be like it would just be amazing for Pittsfield to have a performing arts theater. You know, I mean, I think it would be a really, really great thing. And that to me, the sacrifice would be worth it, you know, to not have it, but to have something great later, you know. But I don't know as if that's practical. I mean, I don't know what's involved in doing something like that. I mean, I know that we can save money, but does the town own performing arts theaters, or
No, it would be a 501c3 with all
Yeah,
that.
that definitely would
So,
be a 501.
but if we had a bunch of money saved up, like let's say we had 100,000 saved up over 5 years or something like that, could we use that money to help the 501c3 start what we used to have, or is that
Start a
not?
capital campaign, like
Yeah.
Anne was talking about.
I mean, because it still is going to take. I mean, $100,000 is not going to build a performing arts. I mean, it's going to be $2 million or something like that. You know, something
It is
crazy.
a project that MCI has looked at over the years. So on the marquee in the capital improvement plan, the formal marquee, the best one, and it's placed in the last study that was done, architectural study, with current MUBEC requirements, our lovely state code there. It talks about redoing the whole marquee so it's historic in its truest sense. And we're not talking about this, but the price was $94,300.
And that's a whole new marquee.
That's
right
to
from
do the whole
scratch.
thing to make it proper, the way it should be. That's in the assessment by the historic. Ours is more of, let's fix it so it's better, looks better,
It's safe.
is safer, although it is chained there, but it just doesn't look good. It doesn't look like it's safe. So that, I believe, was around 24,000. It was maybe 24,999. I don't have those bids. I got to think about where.
So we do know. So we do know about the
theater.
Okay. So we do have some information on it. So that's good.
So where are we at with this? I mean, it's good that we have this discussion.
I feel like we do it a lot.
Yes,
I know.
on this topic.
I
yeah.
do. I
Well,
feel like we
I
do this a
mean,
lot. We have
I
big
understand,
discussions
I
about it.
understand what you're trying to do, you're trying to move the process along, I get that, I do. It would be nice to have the theater committee here and have the theater manager here when we talk about the budget. I know it was a mistake, I get it, people's lives are busy, mine's busy, everybody's busy, and sometimes you just can't, things happen.
No, she's done a great
And
job.
she's done a good job.
She did.
But, I mean, as far as tonight goes, where do we go with this? Are we going to use this as information to the next time that we have the next meeting and move on to other things? Or how do you guys want to do this? This is open. This is a budget workshop. So I guess I'm looking for some guidance here. What would you guys like to do here? Personally, I think that we get all this information out, Ann takes it back to the committee, and then they have the meeting at the next meeting when it's scheduled. Tomorrow. But that would be, to me, that would be, we decide the budget at the next budget meeting that we have scheduled, not tonight. But that's me. Maybe you guys don't feel that way. I
That's
don't
your
know.
public hearing night.
That's our public hearing night.
Public hearing
That's
night.
like we're passing a budget that night.
That's
Yeah.
like last minute again.
So, I
Yes.
mean, I guess what I'm looking at is how long, I mean, I don't want to cut anybody short, but do we want to move on to other stuff? Well, how do you want to do this?
I would like to make a decision of some kind tonight. I mean, I feel like we just kind of keep kicking it down to the next meeting and we're not making any progress here. To me, I see it as we either fund the theater next year and we put money into the budget to fix the issues around the marquee, or we don't pass the budget and we pass a line item for the $12,000 or $13,000 it takes to maintain the building through the winter, and then use next year to come up with a plan, like Caleb said, about like looking towards the future of what we can do there. Or we can talk to the UU Meeting House and see if we can relocate the equipment there after their project is done in the spring. I don't know. There's options there, but we need to figure something out. I don't want to wait until the next meeting because that's our full budget hearing, and we'll be here till 1 o'clock in the morning again because people will come and they will be looking at the whole budget.
Yeah, and they may have things that they want to say about
Yes.
what the decision that we try to do tonight. So it'd
Yes.
be good it would be better for the public, to us, to really put out what the council feels tonight, and then have the people from the town come and appropriately respond to what we're kind of set in motion tonight.
Yes.
Personally, I am not real wound up about spending an extra $25,000 on theater to put into that, because that's just my personal thing. Yeah, to me, it makes sense to do that if there wasn't anything else going on there.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know.
We've seen a huge increase in our.
I know. I'm sitting here looking at this, and I'm sitting here going, wow.
Looking at the increase, there's no way that I would.
We can afford it.
I would vote for this.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, there's no sense in beating a dead horse to death then, so if you guys want to take a vote on it now, that's up to you. You can?
I think we should just let the town know how we feel, and if they show up.
All right, again,
Kathy, what are you thinking?
We can always change it.
You've gotten further than other councils have gone forward. This has always been a stumbling block because we don't have all the grant funding for it that we had for all the other projects that we did. We have rooms of file cabinets with all the grants in them, beyond the ones that, we've already shredded. But there just have not been any grants for this project. It needs to be done a different way. We're not going to find the grant funding for it. So let's say you close it down. Not that I want it to be closed, but the increase here is pretty big under our new budgeting process. But we need to look at all these items and we need to address things. So the theater is one of them. Let's say you close it down and somehow we get a group together. We get a sustainability plan that actually could get foundation funding. If we had enough money to protect the building, you do realize it's going to go downhill quickly. So, it may take, like the library, 3 or 4 years to get enough foundation funding to do work there.
Yeah, and it's going to be mothballed.
Once it's closed,
It's going to go fast downhill.
Yeah, and the people are going to lose interest. I feel like the people are going to lose interest if it's closed. They're going to be like, well, there's no hope now.
No, I understand.
I don't know. I think that
Yeah,
I don't know
that
if
may
I
be
agree
the
with
impetus that people need to get moving on something.
there's no good decision here, no matter how you slice it.
No, that's why
you're
we
taking a
still
service
have this
away,
here.
and like I said, I'm publicly going to say, and I know I'll probably get grief for it, but my take on it is, just so that you know, that I'm going to vote to approve it for 1 more year. However, next year, I'll be here next year, Lord willing, the creek don't rise. I can't stand here and tell you I'm going to vote that way next year, because I probably won't, because like everything's got a shelf life, and they're right, the building's got a shelf life, and if we can't fix it in a year, you can only hold these things back just so long. But that's Tim Nichols' opinion. It's the majority of this council that counts, and that's how I'm going to vote on it, because I think it's worth putting another year into it, and let's see. But I can't guarantee you I'll feel that way next year. I probably 95% won't, because at that point, if nothing's done, it's like my old car. I hate to see it go, but anyway, so if I sense that we want to vote on this.
What's the mill rate go to with the theater's funded?
well, without it in there.
Well, without it.
You see, without it, then there's 1.44.
Yeah, 1.44.
Yeah, this isn't gonna change our
Seventy
bottom line
thousand
very much.
in, that brings us up to 1.71 mils.
Yeah, and I wasn't counting that. I was counting the 1.44, which is what you've approved now. So then we would back out, taking out the 96,175.
Wow, cold.
I know, I turned it.
I know, me too.
It is cold outside, so that is,
Should be cold.
and think about this.
Well, when you take out the heat in that area,
Times 3.
maybe we should have the doors closed.
Well, because the doors are open is why it's cold out there, that's why the room isn't heating up. You would have to add on,
I mean, it's $30,000, right? I mean,
Yeah.
it isn't going to change this very much, really. I mean,
It says 96, but the bottom line net is 33, 35, whatever. The revenues don't cover.
Where is it?
yeah, it's a negative 96
So,
on here.
yeah, we subtracted it out, I said preliminary only.
Yep.
If you voted 1 to 5, fail.
It's a
So if we add that back in, that's like 1/3 of a mil. Rounded. And again, this is all just very estimated based upon if the valuation of the town and how much a mill is stays the same, the school budget,
There's
you know, is
some
different.
unknowns
The
there
county
too, that we
budget.
don't even know what
So that would bring it up to
the county budget's gonna be
1.77-ish.
and
Yeah.
the school budget.
so
And that's without increasing it for the 25,000 for the marquee.
Correct.
Yes. So we're already looking at 1.77 before adding in. I think that's just not going to fly with taxpayers. I know it doesn't fly with me.
Matt, do you remember from looking at, it, is the building attached to other buildings, or is it like one of those scenarios where the building is just really close?
they're
They're cash.
Okay, so we're probably not going to go in there and just.
Bulldoze it out.
Yeah, I mean it's attached structurally probably to the other buildings somehow.
So it's $34,000 based on the revenue and then the expenses that's in the 2020 proposed budgets. The expenses, if we did not operate the theater, but we maintained the building, which I might have missed the snow shoveling. Where is that, under contract?
It's 1850.
Oh, here it is, 1850, so I gotta add that in.
Are you adding on the
I had,
issue with the marquee? Because whether you keep it open or close it, it's still gonna be 25, was it?
I know it's going to.
well, I don't
it isn't
think,
gonna
if
be
we
long
weren't
before it's an
operating,
eyesore.
I don't think we would fix the marquee. Or maybe we
Well, I
would
thought
just-
that was the problem, it was not safe and.
Well, because people stand underneath it in line.
Right.
Exactly, they
But
walk
if the
underneath
building
it
is
as
shut
well.
down, then we can just take the marquee off and we're done. That would look really awful, but.
That will look nice on Main Street.
It will, fantastic. This is an exercise in options here. Please prefer.
I know it's such a.
So it's 10,120,
scenario.
and that would be snow removal, electricity, heating, and sewer water. With telephone, it's 12,295. I think that's what I was thinking. But with that, the heating, the electricity, and the water sewer should all be lower because the building wouldn't be being used. So those expenses should all drop if it's not actively being used. So that would be the line item that we would need to put in there, would be at least $12,000, just to
That's how you can.
maintain it.
Then we would probably at that point the smartest thing to do would be to put it up on the market and see if there's somebody that wants it, right? I mean, because that would be the best case scenario if we decide to close the theater. The best case scenario would be that somebody wants to buy it or take it and take responsibility for it, not us. Because worst case is we have to tear it down, and I got a feeling it's going to be to tear that building down. Probably be, I don't know how much, but probably a lot of money.
Oh, it's gonna be expensive because of
Yeah.
how it's set up and the time, where it's located and getting the materials in and out. Yeah, it's gonna take longer.
Disengage from the other things.
Yeah, so I mean, yeah, was hence the reason why we're here where we are, because all these things played a role into prior councils trying to decide what to do. I mean, like, you know, if we close the theater, I mean, it's going to go downhill. So the best thing is going to be to try to sell it immediately or give it away immediately.
I'm sure there's plenty of other people out there that would love to take on that.
Oh yeah, I bet the list is
They'd
long.
love to spend their money on that.
So where are we at, people? Are we ready to vote on this? Am I sensing we're getting near a vote?
Well,
on
I
the
think we
budget?
have to have the different options.
It can't just be
You know
negative
what I mean?
96,000. There still has to
Yeah.
be 12,000 no matter what.
I mean,
I feel overruled.
yeah. So,
Draft.
I guess my thinking was, you know, we didn't have that as a discussion item tonight, so it kind of took me out of my game plan here, but, I mean, if are we anyways near making a decision on a vote for the actual theater itself tonight? Do we want to do this tonight? We want to vote on it and find out where we're at? Do we want to leave it open? Do we want to close it? Are we at that point now? Or are we still discussing options here?
Well, what budget do you bring to the meeting next week, next time?
Exactly.
Right. It's gonna be like it was last year, we're gonna be here till like
Right,
7
so-
o'clock in the morning discussing it.
So my sense
If
is,
we get over tonight, and
my sense is, are we getting near a vote to make a recommendation for that next meeting?
What are we recommending? We're just going to recommend that.
But I think that
Yeah.
this is where it gets difficult, because if
This is
we
the tough point.
if we say tonight that we want to close the theater and not fund it, but we want to put $12,000 into it, if we go with that, you know, I am sure that there will be a bunch of questions at our next meeting, like what are you preparing to do with it? What are you going to do? Why are you doing it? You know, I mean, I am sure that this is maybe not a what were you calling it, a golden calf or something?
I call it a lot of things, I can't remember, I'm getting old, okay? It'll happen to you someday.
Sacred cow.
Sacred cow. There you go.
Golden cow.
This may not be that, but it'll be close.
I gotta be close.
I mean, I think that this
You're talking
this is hitting the
about,
strings of a lot of people.
when you take a service away, that people, now, I realize that we're living in an age where, you know, you get down to Waterville, and the whole idea of this was to change it into a multi-use facility so that it can operate. Because if you go down to, and I'm sorry folks, but if you go down to Bangor, Waterville, and you go into these movie theaters and there's 8 people sitting in one and there's 6 people sitting in the next one and there's 4 sitting in the third one, you know as well as I do it's a tax write-off. And eventually, someday, those are going to go away unless they subsidize and do other things and intertwine and provide a multi-service for the people of the town. I've said this before, I've told my son this. Post offices, movie theaters, paper mills, they're going to have some, but they're not. 12 years from now, they're not going to be like they are now because they're not going to be able to operate that way much longer. Movie theaters being one of them.
Could we partner with somebody like? Of course, this is a great time to bring this up, but could we? But that's what I do, Heather. Could we partner with somebody like the school and say that, you know, we want Pittsfield to have a performing arts center and we're willing to put in X amount towards it, whether that's to help you pay a payment on the building or something like that. I mean, is that something that the town could do to, you know, because, I mean, I've been to performing arts things in Bangor, Waterville, Lakewood. I mean, they're pretty full normally. I mean, like, you could go to a concert or to a theater production or something like that, or to, we went down and saw the MCI ballet program. I mean, that was packed house. I mean, those would be good. We have the restaurants. We have 2 good restaurants right on Main Street now. I mean, and it would just be nice to have something that draws people in. And we've talked about the theater, but the theater's just, it's not the place for it. You know, there's not the stage, there's not the staging area. There's, I mean,
You can't fit a whole concert band on that stage.
no. I mean, and so, but I just wonder if there's something that we could do with, you know, another in-town lot potentially that we could work with the school or somebody else that we could give money towards, you know, that's in our budget to help support it, you know, to help.
I'm convinced the biggest downfall of this theater is that the town owns it. It was privately funded,
Yes.
privately owned. Like, you guys could do what, like, I want a theater and I want to do this, so I'm going to do it. I'm going to spend this money and invest in my business. Like, I feel like as long as there's enough interest from someone, and I don't know because I don't do the theater. So I'm hoping that there's somebody privately that would be interested in this that can pick up the pieces if we decide to shut it down.
I think
I
you're
would,
right, Matt.
I'd like to see, you guys are gonna think I'm insane here, but I'd like to see that theater, or even if it built a new one, whatever, with a 501c3. You look at the Railroad Square Cinema. I mean, the Railroad Square Cinema, and granted, they have Colby College, and they have the credit unions down there in Waterville and Oakland, and they have these big businesses that are down there. It used to be Kai's $5 Hudamarki, and they all have a vested interest in the Railroad Square Cinema, and it's an excellent theater. And it's a small theater. I mean, they've got 3 theaters, but it's a small theater. But it's built right next to the railroad tracks. It's set up so that it's a 501c3, and it's set up so that these multi-businesses, they have ownership and they have a membership. You, as a member of the credit union I work there, I have one of my perks is I have I can choose to buy in as a member of that theater, and that way I get a voting say in what happens there, what comes there, and they have all kinds of stuff down there, not just movies. Movies are part of what they do. And you guys may think I'm silly, but wouldn't I like to see something like that right next to where we've got the historical society, that old building over there, built, you know what I'm saying? That would draw, and you still got the parking spaces. It would be on Main Street, but it'd be right next to it. That I'd like to see, because that railroad draws that people, that's a draw. You know what I'm saying? Now granted, Waterville is different than Pittsfield, but you see where I'm going with this?
That building could be a whole community center.
That's exactly, and that's basically what that Railroad Square Cinema is without calling it that. That's what it is. And I could see something like that for our movie theater down the road.
Well, that's how the Center Theater in Dover Foxcroft is. It's a 501c3. It's privately owned by a nonprofit. People have memberships. They get special movie nights. They get discounts. They get first buy at some of the tickets that are going to be more popular. So there's benefits to that, and they're expanding. It's been incredibly successful for them, and they're expanding.
We do have a huge stage though, because I played on that stage.
Yeah, they have an actual theater stage.
It's huge.
You go behind, and there's dressing rooms and restrooms, and there's space. They have a workshop for their props and and scenes and stuff.
There's no question that's where the future is more
Right.
than
So
that
I
than
think
the movies.
that whole idea is fantastic, and that's where the 501c3 really wants to go. But I think that having the building is number one. Matt's absolutely hit the nail on the head. The town owning this is a bad idea because we have constraints on how it can be run. We have constraints on how it can be funded. Versus if it were privately done, all those things go away. They would be able to have other funding sources come in. And there's nothing that says that the town doesn't keep a $12,000, $1,000 a month. We donate as part of our community programming, like to the senior center and stuff like that.
Yep.
That goes to community programming, either to the theater or funding some of the concerts in the park or things to have to do with that. Is that a better way to spend these funds for the community at large, or putting dollar after dollar after dollar into a really old building?
I think no matter which budget you guys pass, you're going to have people in here. People will either be in here because it's a 1.77 mill rate before the $25,000, or because they're mad that the theater is closing.
People are gonna be mad at us no matter what.
Yeah. So no matter what decision you go with, it's not going to be a good decision that makes everybody happy.
If they're upset, let them write the check.
So
If they're upset, let them run.
Exactly.
would we say that too? Like, I guess if we voted to not fund it, would we also be saying that we'd basically be willing to give the building to a group to like?
I'd make like the motion. I get is there a motion or where's?
No, right now, we're just in the discussion, I'm discussing.
Yeah.
Well, I guess I would say is there's got to be like stipulations to this. Like we have to have $12,000 a year, no matter what, to maintain the building, and then the secondary to back it up is we need to immediately go out. Like let's not let the ink dry on this motion or whatever we're to call it. Go right out and like let's look for offers on people that want to take this project on. There's already a group very dedicated to it. And make stipulations that they have to be like non-profit if we want to be, or they could be a business that wants to take this on, or we need to decide those details. But I think it needs to be like decided all in one, so it's all done. It's very organized.
Well, I think that we could decide later on, depending on what interest came to us. If somebody came to us and it was like a theater group that was a for-profit theater group, I would be fine with that, you know, but or somebody that just wants to operate as a single screen movie theater.
But
They want to
people-
do independent films or something just as a private business, that's fine too. You know, but I wouldn't want to tie, like, it has to be sold to this kind of organization right now.
I think people would be upset because if we had the $12,000, which we need to have for the year, we have to approve the whole year, and then say some way for profit took possession of the building and we've committed $12,000 to just giving to a for-profit.
Well, no, we wouldn't. That would be for maintenance of the
Maintenance.
building. Once we don't own it, we don't need to pay that.
Okay.
Yeah, that would just be, you know,
Yeah.
and then we would. You're talking about like the
idea of
community
leaving
programming
money in
type
there.
thing.
Yeah.
Right, that community programming can go to different, you know, if something else grows out of like a theater, performing arts type troupe comes out of the 501c3 or something like that, or maybe like a educational thing for kids, like the Ready Set Lights or whatever that they did up in Nokomis or something. If something else comes out of that,
Lights, camera,
then,
action.
yeah, whatever.
It's a golden cow.
The golden cow. Yeah.
Cow.
I forgot where I was going with that, but that could become part of the program if we wanted to. But I'm just saying, for this 1 year, it would be $12,000 to maintain the building, heat it or whatever.
So, anybody else wanna add anything else before I'm sensing we're drawing to the end of this and getting ready to take a vote on what we're gonna suggest at the next meeting.
I vote that we. Yeah, well, no, I don't vote, I guess, but I think maybe that we propose that the town, you know, closes it and puts the $12,000 in the budget and to maintain the building, and we look for an organization or a group of people to come over and take it over, so it's not a town-run, you know, organization, and let the community come and speak to us at the next meeting.
Okay?
I think that would most accurately represent, if people vote for that, I think that would represent the way that we're talking tonight. And I wish Deborah was here, because she has some strong feelings about this too, and I don't know which way, maybe it's not, it's too bad, because I know she really feels strongly about issues with this too.
I just don't want us to, like last time when we cut the budget in half, we left the theater people like an open-ended, they didn't know where to go. They didn't know what we wanted done. So the reason why I was trying to add a stipulation, or just to say, we want it to continue and be for a non-profit person or whatever.
Or
Like we don't want to close it. We just don't want to own it.
We just don't want to own it, yes. And then I think that that would accurately represent how we feel potentially, so that then maybe maybe the town will come in and say, no way. Or maybe the town will come in and say, geez, we have some people that want to buy it. You know, I don't know.
So there are 2 large events set up in January as fundraisers with commitments that are made to a number of people. So if the theater is able to make enough money to pay the bills, can we let them do those 2 events so we don't have to cancel them?
yeah, I mean, that's a whole side of it that we're not even thinking about is,
Well,
you know,
yeah.
yeah.
Unintended consequences that we made.
So, are they getting through this year? Are they getting through the end
They
of the
should
year?
make it
You
this
said it was
year.
really close.
It is really close. Now, Jamie's given me some journal entries to do to move some of the gap funding back to the theater regular revenue budget, which then means that you have to use, your renovations account will be used up. So, you know, you'll have a small amount of money left.
All right, so two things. Number one, I'd like to hear from Bob and Howie. And number two, I can't remember right off the top of my head now. It was something to do with what you were just saying. Maybe I think of it again. Sorry. It's gone. Riding a secret cow across the field.
Anybody else? You're gonna you laugh. You're gonna wish you never heard that terminology in about 3 years. I promise you that. Anybody else want to add anything?
Oh, I remembered. The committee. If we are not operating a theater, what does the theater committee do? Because their primary charge of the theater committee is to help manage the theater with the theater manager.
Say there
correct?
would be no need for a theater committee if there's no active.
So I'm wondering if we would have to change the theater committee or have it be another type of entity, or we'd have to work through that as well as.
We would have to work through that, as well as some other items that
Like
need to be
employees.
addressed in the administrative code. We've been waiting for the planning board items, but I've been told it may be 3 or 4 more months, so we might as well, yes, we might as well address, that was the last word that I got. So, we might as well address all of the other ordinance items that we have, and if you do this and follow through on it, after public hearing, then we should, make a change to the administrative code. Yeah, I would take the theater committee out. There's no theater.
I mean, I don't know. This is just so difficult, you know, I mean.
That's why it's still here to do.
Yeah. I mean, I don't want to shut something down because there's some really good events happening in like January, but also, like, I mean, I don't know. I mean, I
don't necessarily have to shut it down in January. I mean,
What do we need to run it through the month of January? Like another 3.
1/12 of.
Yeah, that's basically, it's getting pretty even. January has 5 weeks, so.
Yeah, it's getting closer to that $30,000 mark. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I don't know.
$8,000 is the estimate, because it does have 5 weeks.
So then we're at 20.
So it makes
Why
it
wouldn't we just
20.
throw in the extra 10 and run it all year?
Yeah, I know. I mean, like that's where it gets really.
Smart
How
city
it
is
is,
to find
Bob.
out
We need to
more.
hear from them.
Try to
Let's
get
hear
it.
from you guys.
I felt the last time that it's not, you know, it still comes down to the fact that, you know, you're throwing good, as far as I'm concerned, you're throwing good money after bad. You know, you got a building that is, you know, non-functional long-term. We talk about having a quote-unquote performing arts center, you know, and that's the wave of the future. And you're not going to get it in that footprint. So, you know, I feel the same as I did last week when we initially brought this up, that I think the town should get out of the theater business, you know, and doing that, you know, involves non-funding the theater. Let them have their January events that are already scheduled, you know, but maybe just you know, open it for those events and not much else, you know. So I don't see it as a long-term venture anymore.
Well, even with the extra funding that came in from other fundraising and stuff this year, extra money were used from the renovations.
We are using money that came from last year. Yes.
Right, so I mean, it's not exact, like even this year, it hasn't really, and they were hampered, you know,
Yes.
at the beginning of the year, it was, you know, it was very difficult the first 3 months or so,
June or
so.
July before they really.
Yeah, well, March, April, I think, is when the first shows were, but I mean, even at that, you know, with everything positive that was going on and everything there, it was still like robbing the renovations fund to actually support those things to go on and stuff, so. But I mean, I think if we've made commitments to, people to have shows, I would be in favor of putting funding in there in addition to the maintenance part that would cover those shows, but not have the actual theater running through. Do you know what I mean? Does that make sense?
Yeah. Just for those events.
Right.
Yeah.
And do you plan on having Jamie take the time to do that?
Well,
Because by then she might have found a job.
What are
well,
these
we
events?
have positions open in the upstairs.
I've
so
talked to her in general.
I
There
know
may
that's
be.
gonna happen.
All right, well,
Or you
I
can
sense
cancel,
where
you can cancel the,
What was it? It was the
January.
comedy and
Yeah.
what was the second one?
The whole point is to raise money for the
MCI.
theater.
Right.
The country music show.
MCI is in December, not
Oh, that's
January.
in June, okay.
Yeah, it's a country.
I know, because my son's performing in that.
Yeah, it's a country music show, and it's also the comedy show with the 4 comedians.
all right, so Bob, did you have anything you wanted to throw out there?
I just think we're already looking at a huge increase in taxes,
I know.
and to put the money into that there's no guarantee that next year we're not gonna close it anyway. And plus throwing an extra 25,000 in for the marquee, I just can't see that happening.
I think everybody's made their points. I sense that you're ready to vote on how we're gonna present this budget to our suggestion to the public hearing that's gonna be happening at the next town council meeting, so
and what is the date of that?
17th.
the
Yeah,
17th.
17.
So based on that,
So, do we need a motion, or are we just gonna
well,
change the number?
what we could do is we could say, somebody could make a motion that we vote on the theater committee, we have a vote on the theater committee budget, what the recommendation will be for the next meeting. You can second it, and then we can have a vote, and then it's official. We can do it that way if you want
Okay.
to.
Alright,
So I would wait to have somebody make a motion on the theater committee budget, on the theater budget, excuse me.
okay, I will make a motion that the theater budget for 2020 be $12,295, and that would cover the line items for snow removal, electricity, heating, telephones, and water sewer at the amounts that are put into the proposed budget. And that would be to maintain the building while the theater itself would be closed December 31st, 2019.
Do we still need telephones if they're closed?
That's what my question could be, why do we need
I
telephones?
am concerned about the fire inspection stuff not being done because it is a fire hazard thing, but not the telephones.
Well, I didn't know, so I put it in there.
I'm just asking.
Okay, so I'm looking for, so what we have on the table here is we have a motion to put a line item veto in to keep the theater maintained with the town's responsibility, 12,000, whatever it was.
295.
Okay. And that the theater closed on December 31st, 2019, is that correct? I want to make sure I don't put words in people's mouths here, but is that what we got?
Is that, well, does it have to, because that's I don't know what day that is, like, it doesn't make sense to close it on like
It's a Tuesday.
a Friday, you know.
Yeah, that's a Tuesday.
That's a Tuesday, so that makes a sense.
Okay. Do I hear a second?
Second.
All right, moved and seconded. That's the motion on the table.
I still have the question about the phones, on why do we need phones if we're not gonna be, nobody's gonna be there answering, so.
I would just leave that up. If we don't need the phones, cancel the phones, but just.
Right,
yeah.
it's just the item that was put on there as
Yeah.
like it's not an operating, it's not a, what kind of cost is it? It's not an operating cost when you're actually operating your business, it's a fixed cost. Thank you. I went through and picked out the fixed costs, so that's the only reason that's in there. I don't think it necessarily needs to be in there, but if additional fire extinguisher maintenance, like Amanda brought up, or
Or
something
fire alarm
like that
testing and
needs to be
inspection.
done, then telephones would cover that. And more.
Yeah, I'm happy with that.
Okay, moved and seconded. So this vote, and just to make it perfectly clear to people out there, an aye vote means that we put a line item veto into the budget to keep the theater going at a little over $12,000 maintenance-wise, but the theater will close at the end of this year. A nay vote means no, it stays open and you don't put the line item veto in. I just want to make absolutely sure everybody understands that's watching out there, because it gets
Well, a
confusing.
nay would just mean that, no, you don't agree with that motion, and then if it doesn't pass, then another motion could be made.
Oh, I thought we were combining that whole thing into one. I'm sorry, I must have misunderstood.
Well, if we voted nay and this didn't pass, then we would have the opportunity to revisit it and make it something else. Do you know what I mean? Like, you'd have an opportunity to make, I mean, that's just a proposal, so if that
Right, this is a
proposal
proposal,
doesn't
it's
pass,
going, right.
then we can make another proposal and say, you know,
Let's do
whatever we
marquee.
want to say, you know, the marquee or whatever. So, it's
On-
not like it just goes back automatically to this, we would still have to approve something in its place.
Okay, now,
So if the people that we made the commitments to feel that that's their commitment because they've spent money on this, can we open the theater to do these events if we can figure out how to fit it in the budget?
Is it possible that MCI or Warsaw might host it?
They're doing benefits to benefit the theater.
Yeah, if we're gonna close the theater, it doesn't
I
make
know.
sense for them to do them anyway.
I know.
So they
But if we can find another, I mean, obviously, these people have probably spent money on advertising.
Oh, yes.
So if we can find another community thing that they could be supporting, but MCI or Warsaw could hold it, they've got the room.
I mean, the only thing that I don't support about the talking is, I mean, we're voting to close, I mean, this motion that we're gonna kind of, propose, or that we're gonna vote on here, I guess, is voting to close the theater building, but, I mean,
It
at
doesn't
least,
mean we can't.
it doesn't mean I think that it needs to be clear, the town council supports the idea of the town having it's just that building is not it. And, so money can still be raised and saved and it can still go towards that, it's just,
But here's
it's
the thing.
not there,
we gotta make a recommendation. Are we going to approve
Yes.
the theater budget as written, or are we gonna say nay?
Well, Catherine specifically asked, are we going to try to have the building open to have those events there? That was the question.
Yes, because of the commitments that were made.
I would say yes. I would say that the town would try to find a way to have somebody to go in there it's going to be heated, it's only going to be closed up for a couple of weeks there, and we should be able to open it up, and maybe 6 months down the road it's not going to be possible, but
Who's gonna run the events though?
I don't know, that's what we need to try to figure out.
That's what we would try to work out the details pronto here.
And
And
then-
maybe they will want to cancel.
We may.
No.
What if we left this opened up and said we're only gonna be $12,000 budget? Last year we just cut it in half and they made it all the way through the year. What if we just say we're gonna only put $12,000 budget and then that's it?
Ooh,
We can't do that.
no. No.
We worked really hard to do what we did.
So the $12,000 budget, I would vote for that just because common sense tells you that you gotta have that in there to maintain the building. But the actual budget that was proposed to pass or not pass, the council's recommendation, the theater budget, it either passes or it doesn't. To me, I see that as 2 votes.
Yes.
Okay.
Do you want
So-
to do that one first and vote on the 96,000 budget that we were presented with first?
I think it makes sense.
And then,
I think that makes sense.
I think Catherine's already put it in here as the theater budget not funded.
Not funded.
I mean, so that already happened at the
Okay.
last meeting. That's already happened.
So we don't
we could
need-
reverse that tonight if you want to.
So we don't need, because that's already in there, Catherine, we wouldn't need to vote
Yeah,
on
it's
it?
listed as preliminary leaning, but, you know, you did take a preliminary vote, just like everything else.
Do you want an official one to?
Well, I'm not sure
I think
anything's
cut
official right
in-
now.
I think
Yeah.
it'll be clear that you're continuing it because you haven't changed it, so I think that's fine.
Okay.
I'll change the language so it just says preliminary, just like everything else is preliminary.
So the only thing we vote we need then is, are we going to approve the theater budget or not? Correct? Either we say, yes, we're gonna fund it, or no, we're not, and that's our recommendation for the next meeting. Does that sound right to everybody?
At the 12,000?
At the
At
12,000.
the 12,000.
1229.
Yes.
5.
And then I would leave it up to Catherine, the committee, Jamie, to contact them
Mhm.
to see if they still wanna come or not,
Mhm.
and then
Mhm.
kind of like,
Yeah, we'll talk about that too.
yeah.
Because
work that
the
out.
first thing's gonna happen at this next meeting is you're gonna have people that are gonna be pro and con, kind of change your mind. So I just want to be clear that the majority of this council feels that the theater should not be funded based on what we have today. Because
Because of the building.
well, I mean, and there's a variety of reasons, that's the biggest reason. But the vote tonight will be our preliminary vote to tell the people that are coming at this next meeting what we as council members feel about the theater budget, about the theater being open or closed. So if we say nay, we're not gonna vote for that budget, then it has no budget other than the 12,000 to maintain it. And if we vote yay, then that means that the theater stays open as currently budgeted, correct?
Well, our vote tonight will put.
I don't
the
understand
line
that. Wait a
item-
minute, hold. What I'm getting at is, that's why I said, I thought we had two votes here. I thought we had a vote to say, okay, either you want to pass this budget for the theater committee, for the theater, or you don't.
So we did
We've done
that?
that
We already did
Or
that.
do you wanna do an official one, because that
Well,
was
that's
like
what
a
I'm getting
straw.
at. Do you want to
None
do
of these
official,
are
or do you want to
official,
leave it
it's
preliminary?
preliminary.
That's what I'm getting at.
That's already a preliminary.
But we did that at the last workshop.
So
Okay.
the
So we-
only vote on that would be is if we want to reverse it.
Right.
Do we
Okay.
want to?
Yes.
Do we
No.
have support to reverse that?
Okay, so if that be the case, then what we will do is we'll stand on what we voted on last time, preliminary. And we don't need an official vote on that then? Is that the decision on the 12,000 until,
Well, I
No,
need a
we still need
motion,
to-
I'd like, either somebody needs to second it or not, and then we need to move forward on
okay,
everything else.
okay, is there anybody want to second the 12,000?
I did.
All those in
Howard
favor?
already did it.
Alright.
You get lost in this stuff. It's just so- I didn't either, actually, so.
You're too cold to hear.
All right, so all those in favor of putting the 12,200,
295.
yeah, all those in favor of that, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
So that's in there. So, like I said, my stance is the same as it was last time. I am for keeping the theater another year, and the other vote was that it was voted no. So I was the lone vote to keep it open, just so we're all officially clear here. Okay, that 12,000 is just to maintain the building for next year, so that we can keep the heat and things of that nature.
But we didn't vote on a hard close on December 31st.
Right,
So
right.
if somebody wanted to volunteer to run that theater for free, they could run that theater for free.
Absolutely,
Yes, that's what.
absolutely.
As a volunteer under our policies and procedures. Yeah.
So what do we go to next?
Oh, we need to go through all
Well,
the.
our actual list of things we're supposed to talk about
Yes.
is operating budget to date was next.
All right, so let's say on the theater, we get a donor who gives us $20,000. We can keep on going as long as we can make this work. Okay.
Do that right now.
What did you just say?
Oh, I just said, let's say we come up with a donor, somehow I get freed up on time and can start writing to all of the foundations. I wanted to do it when we were in order and had a sustainable budget that was revenues equal to expenditures at least, and we don't have that. So our chances of getting the money is very slim. But Jamie is going to work with me on this so that we can send out foundation applications. I just have to get freed up to do that. It's like a windmill thing, but we shall see. All right, let's go to the spreadsheet on the 8.5 by 11. This is the budget workshop discussion for Tuesday after we did the theater. We started out with a bottom line of the budget at $3,875,106. That was the operations. And then a little bit below where you see capital budget is the asterisks. It was originally $138,000. However, we asked questions about the different grant funding through the Homeland Security and the other monies that Somerset County automatically gets and most towns don't apply for. And so we go right in and get it. $3,000 can be cut out of the 2020 budget, but the 2019 budget monies have not yet been spent, and there's grant money coming. So the police chief looked at that and said that he'd prefer another department get it. So yes, I could take the $3,000 and give it to another department, but basically, unless we've got another department that needs capital monies of $3,000, this can be cut of the capitals and make it $135,000. That is the tax dollars. So going back up to the top, we had animal control where we cut that. However, we're going to need the $350 put back in because the animal shelter bill is even higher than we thought it was going, or higher than they projected. So that's just going to have to be a wash and be taken out. In the police budget, the police chief looked at all the figures, and there were a number of figures that came up at the finance committee when this was discussed. However, the regular training program that they have, it's not needed if the DIRGO was approved, which is the policies and training altogether, which is the additional down further. So we can cut $675 per the police chief because he had the regular training modules in the police operations budget and then asked for the additional for the DIRGO power program, which was $4,380, the additional that's been approved, and we definitely should do that. So we can reduce the police budget by $675. For public works, motor vehicle maintenance, the public works foreman had put in $12,500, and I have to double check that, and that is what he put in for that line. I was hoping that with the new vehicle that got put into the loans, that maybe they were going to have less repairs, and so that's what was going to happen. But he definitely needed the $23,000, so that would be adding $10,500 back into the budget. The library, all the pays were carried forward, but the librarian pay, because the librarian had been here so long, is higher. The prior librarian is higher than what the new librarian got, who got a substantial raise and was very happy. So she had pointed that out at her budget session that that should be taken out. So I went back and calculated it twice, and it comes to this figure. And then we had our theater, which we discussed. The health insurance rates came in at 3%, which was wonderful because it had been higher for a number of years. Once in a while it's 2. We had budgeted the 8 that MMA had said to do. So throughout the budget, we can reduce all the health insurance lines by $17,052.39. We added in the additional on the code enforcement on the number of projects that the code enforcement officer had said needed to be addressed, which is 9, and the amount of money that the town attorney had said, who does not really want to work on these, but understands that towns need to do these, and we had cut that to $30,000. I mean, you might be able to cut that down to $20,000.
What exactly is this for? To fight people with dirty house lots or something?
Yeah, it's to deal with. We keep telling the people that will not fix their homes or make them safe for their tenants, and we will have to condemn in places. But the houses fall in disarray, and there's a number of them in town. Mortgage companies sometimes have them. And so we send the letters, we call them up, other people call them up, we ask them to fix the things, and they just blow you off. Or they promise to do it, and then don't do it, and then they promise again. And so this would be monies that would start out with the legal letters that need to be sent, that maybe if 10 legal letters were sent, 2 or 3 people would commit to fixing their homes up. And they're usually rental properties. It won't be a high number. The others will need to, we'll have a number of requests because we don't want to spend this money, and then we'll go to court to file the paperwork to try to get these straightened away.
I vote no on this. We don't spend any money on this. 30,000. We just cut $30,000 for the theater. That was I don't think we need to spend $30,000 to fight with people about their house the way they want to keep it in this
So
town.
one of these issues is the one on Somerset Ave with the ladders all over it and the big hole in the roof and the front porch falling off. That's one that needs to go to court because nothing's going to happen.
I feel that
If we
if you're
don't do
paying
it.
your taxes, you should be able to climb on a ladder and go work on your house. I don't feel that we need to be our hands need to be so far up people's business that we need to be controlling them to say you can't climb up this ladder and you can't have this ladder leaning up against your house. I think it's unacceptable. Government should not be doing that.
Okay.
And we shouldn't be spending $30,000 to try to control what people want to do with their house. I talked to the town of Burnham right next door. They spent $15,000 last year cleaning up somebody's junkyard. One junkyard out of 20 in town. It did not do a minute bit of difference. But then once we've done this, okay, we've gone in, we say we clean it or we make them tear it down or whatever. That's not to say that they move more stuff in. Look at the town of Clinton. They tore down the guy's house that lived right on Main Street and then he moved more stuff back in. It's just, every town has a few people that choose to live this way. I feel that we should not, we don't want to look at it. I understand we don't want to devalue and we want to respect other people's land that lost it and we don't want to devalue their land. But at the same token, I don't believe that government should be controlling the way you do with your property. That's just
I agree with you to some extent.
That's just me.
I think it comes down to the fact that if it's a safety hazard, then there's other rules that apply. Okay, like, we'll just use a ladder. Let's say the ladder's out there and you catch a neighbor's kid. And granted, the neighbor's kid is the parent's responsibility, but he's up on the ladder and nobody's watching that. Okay, now to me that comes into another whole set of. I'll never forget as long as I live. Steve Emery told me a story, and the person will remain nameless. About 3 times they hauled them in for having junk, and the 3rd time they hauled him in, the judge told him, he said, these people don't have money to do this, and if you haul them in one more time, I'm going to put you in jail next time. I mean, this is unfortunately what we're up against.
I mean, if people had money, they would have, not everybody, but most cases, if the people had the money to fix their house, they would. So we're kind of like bashing people for not being able to afford nice things. That's how I'm feeling about it.
We're going to tell them to raise taxes $2 million or $1.5 million.
Yeah, and then we're going to increase taxes to do this. I don't agree with that. That's just maybe I'm the lone wolf here. But.
So this is an item that council has brought up as some councils have brought up as very important because we can't get any place. The code officer is banging himself against the wall there. To some extent, he doesn't like to do it. He's really nice, but some of the people are just not going to, comply no matter what. And it's
Well, we have a place in town already that he's been to court, he cleaned it up, and now it looks just like he did before he went to court. So
Yeah,
what good did it do to
Matt is correct
spend all the
about
money
that, because the tendency of the people to collect the junk is that once it's all cleaned up, even if the town doesn't clean it up and they do it, it comes back. It's just
Hoarders.
human nature.
Yes.
I just add one thing, Matt, I completely agree, government shouldn't be controlling what people are doing with their property. If they're paying taxes, it's their property. I don't enjoy looking at it. There are things that I would not do to my property. I have that right as a taxpayer. The problem that I have with not funding this at all is that taxpayers, I've been coming to these meetings since December of last year. Taxpayers are coming in wanting us to do something about those.
Yeah.
So you've got a little bit of a catch-22. I agree, we shouldn't be telling people what to do. but not all of the taxpayers agree with that. So maybe a little bit of a, and when you do have a situation like this ladder issue, this has been a huge topic of conversation among taxpayers in these meetings. But I
where's the
agree with what you're saying completely.
But where does it end? If we're gonna go in and tell this guy that he can't have ladders, and we're gonna take you to court because you have ladders up against your house, where does it end? You know, it's a slippery slope type thing. Where do we stop with it? And why is it the town of Pittsfield's responsibility to take on this case?
In some respect, it's a health and safety issue
Yeah, but
too.
it's his
When you
life.
have
It's
an
not
abandoned building like that, there's a rat issue and there's a vermin issue and they carry disease. And do we as a town have a responsibility to have some measure of safety from that? I mean, Caleb and I, 2 summers ago, we walked out here. There was a rat as big as a raccoon. I swear, it's the biggest rat I've ever seen in my life. Walking across the municipal parking lot.
Oh, yeah.
And
I've
we
never
both
even seen
looked
a
at
rat
each other
before.
like, did you just see that? It was huge. You know, and that was just one. I can't imagine living in a neighborhood
And then Heather
that has
continued
a
to tell
building
me
that's like
that there's a lot
fomenting
more
this.
there, because if you see one, that
If you
means
see
there's a
one,
lot.
there's thousands.
And I'm like,
Yeah.
what?
There's a lot.
It's bad.
No,
They
I
get in your
understand.
house, they get into your,
So,
they
I mean,
can ruin your house.
I think that we're talking about a couple different things here.
We
A
have
little bit is,
a number of things going.
yeah, I think that the ladder thing is kind of like, if somebody falls and breaks their arm, like a little kid falls and breaks his arm on the ladder, that's going to be the landowner's responsibility, their insurance, or they're going to be liable for that, I would think, not the town of Pittsfield.
Right.
But I think that there are some rules that the town of Pittsfield has, like most towns have, that have been on the books since. I mean, and I don't think that they're outrageous. I mean, it isn't like you can't have 5 cars parked in your parking lot, in your driveway. But I mean, I think there are some rules that, I mean, and I don't even know what they are. I mean, what?
Well, you can't have an outdoor boiler in town.
So
things like
are
that.
are the complaints that we're getting from people like stuff that the town already has, kind of like statutes against?
Pretty
Well,
much. I mean, well, it's things
You said
that
like
the code
apartment buildings.
officer has already cited them for, so we have a rule on, I don't particularly know what the exact rule is off the top of my head, but he has cited multiple places for, having violations, and it's over and over and over again. So in some respect, I kind of look at it as either we give the code officer the tools that he needs to be able to resolve the issues, or we go back to our code officer and say, don't bother enforcing half the ordinances that we have. That's what it comes down to.
Just like there's an ordinance saying I can only have 6 chickens. I mean, so if I had
Right.
7, then he would have to choose about whether to take me to court about it, right? So then this would
He
be.
would just talk to you. And you
Yeah,
would
of course he would.
Yeah.
Common sense has
Never
to
had
play.
one
Common
decision,
sense
by
has
the
to
way.
play a part in this stuff. You can't have rats running all over town. There's ordinances against things like that. If it becomes a community health hazard, we have stuff on the books for that.
You've got a number of properties, and I brought those to the finance committee meeting. The paperwork on the items is about this high for the 9 top choices that he picked up on his list, because he had a lot more than that. So I said, well, limit this to 10, the real violations, the ones that are issue. For example, individual that piles everything out into the right of way, into the road, down by Mill Court. And
Oh, it's
has
wonderful.
all
It's
of
wonderful.
the complaints, every single piece of the land is being used by something. And I understand they don't have much land, but let's put it all out back, but it's in the right of way, it's sometimes in the road, the police have to go down. So he thought maybe this is one that could be corrected if he had some, more teeth in it.
So if it-
Let's pick out, sorry?
So just in that scenario, if we funded something like this, he could go to the court. He could potentially take the person to court to say, get that stuff out of the book.
Yes, and they would get an order.
And then if he didn't,
Yeah.
then the police could go down and.
Well, they already go down and cite him. but the stuff comes back.
Right,
So
so
that's-
again, the
I'm
problem
kinda
is
with Matt.
before,
You're
I just-
pissing me money.
I know, I know.
The town of Burnham did this. They took the guy to court. They got the court order. They hired me as a company, Bolsters, to come clean it up. I cleaned it up,
Yeah.
and it's back.
That's what
It's back
happens.
to the same thing. So it's
You know, it's cleaned up temporarily, but then
They're
6
not,
months, a
they're
year
not gonna
later.
put, yeah, they're not gonna
it's right
put
back
people in
to
jail
normal.
for being hoarders.
no.
No.
They're not gonna do it.
no.
It's just that simple.
We were
So why
really
waste the money?
fortunate on some
Right.
cases because we offered the town's equipment and everything, you know, the dumpsters, and put them on the property, and the people first didn't want to do it, but then we said, look, we won't charge you, we'll pick it up, we'll come and get it when you're done. You need to go through your junk and figure out what you're gonna keep and put it behind a fence. So we had a number of people that did that. Now, there are people that feel that we didn't go far enough, but their properties were fixed up much better, we left it alone. The things were not a public safety hazard, they weren't out in the road, they were behind a fence, and yes, you can see some of it, they still got a pile of junk, but they tried, and they did a good job. So we offered that to a number of people, and all of them did that, including the one which we ended up going to court because they collected junk, because they just have to have these things. And so, yes, Matt is correct. All this junk will come back. So let's pick out one that is a landlord who rents out properties, that has a vacant house with all kinds of code violations there. The doors are open, the boards are over the building, the neighbors are like, you know, they just feel they can't take it anymore and call the town all the time. You know, because they feel, you know, children get in there.
Are the people
They
living
keep
there?
being boarded up. No people are living in it. It's been condemned. You know, it needs to be fixed up or taken down. Something needs to be done. And so the person's out of state and says they're going to do something and then doesn't do it, and then, you know, it went on, and so something has to be done. It's a problem for the neighborhood. The neighbors are all upset about it. You know, people can get in it, you have to keep boarding it up. We have a mortgage company, and I think this one will be resolved, the red building that burned. There was an insurance check, it's been signed over, sounds like the fire department is gonna burn it. You know, so I think some of them get resolved through these other measures. But there are some that the people that live next to it are just, they've had enough.
No, I completely
And
understand.
so, for those, you know, that's an item that we could work on. I understand this junk thing. You can get it all cleaned up, but it will be back,
Well,
generally.
that's, to me, that's not what the purpose of this is. I mean, we clearly have a building right on Somerset Ave that needs to be condemned and taken down. There's a huge hole in the roof. The front steps are falling off. There's windows
Yeah,
missing.
it's just, that one's a safety.
You know,
hazard.
it's just, it needs to be condemned and it needs to be taken down. And the landowner or the property owner hasn't been responsive at all to the code officer in any way, shape, or form, from my understanding. Says that he's working on it, and just another letter goes up on the side of the
Yeah,
building.
or he comes and works on it a bit
So,
and leaves.
you know, or there's some more paint put on the front of the building when the rest of the building is falling down. So it's just, that to me is where this is needed to resolve that issue, because it's been going on for many, many, many years, longer than I've lived here.
I understand, but,
So,
okay,
that's not a hoarding thing, that's just the
we just
building's
turned
not
down-
maintained and falling down.
we just turned down $30,000, say, for the theater. Now we're gonna take this guy to court. We make him tear down his building, or perhaps we get stuck with this building. Now we have to pay to tear down the building. Now we're stuck with a $20,000 bill to tear it down, plus the 20 we have in it, taking him to court and all these legal fees. And we're still looking at a 12% increase or a 10% increase in taxes. I don't agree. I'm sorry, I do disagree with you.
Yeah. I mean, I think it's too bad that there aren't more tools available to the town to use that don't cost lots of money from like lawyers, you know, because ideally there'd be some other tool or mechanism that the town could use and say, hey, if you're not going to fix up your building, you're going to, like your building's going to, this is going to happen, and it doesn't cost $5,000 to have us do it to you. You know what I mean? It would be like, it goes into a different tax bracket, which is, you know, something that's completely out of repair, and then if, you know, and he's going to have to pay more for it. I mean, I don't know. I mean, I don't even know what it is, but it doesn't seem right to have to spend $30,000.
So-
All right, that was cut down from 90,000, which, as you recall, there was no tax on anything.
Well,
So
the
everybody
estimate was
put in-
$10,000 per case, and in 2009,
That was
it
a
could
quote
be
from a lawyer.
addressed.
Yeah.
And we said,
Yes, yes.
let's do 3 a year over the next 3 years to try and get things resolved, to try and clean up some of the issues that there are. So that's where that came from. We were thinking
Okay.
that we could take care of 3 of the worst ones this year and then reevaluate. Because maybe if somebody that is getting these letters sees that the town is serious about it, then they'll be like, oh, and then they'll try and.
And that's the other thing.
So why don't you
send
start
letters,
with
they can
one
take it to
property?
court.
I think one.
But if you don't take it to court, they're
Yeah.
not gonna do it, the town's not gonna do anything to us, well, let's just let the letters keep coming.
Yeah.
What if you do just one property? One property could set an example for everybody else.
Visit again next year.
I could try one, but I don't want to sound like a know-it-all, but Town of Burnham I'm pretty involved in, and they just went down this exact same road, and a lot of people were pissed about it after they learned that they spent all the money, that they asked, the townspeople asked them to clean up these junkyards and these places that were eyesores around town. The selectmen went through and did all that, and then the people still came back and were mad because they spent tax money on it, and so
Well,
we're
they
gonna
could
get.
be mad about it, but the fact is they spoke, they said what they wanted, the town did what they wanted. It got the result that they wanted, they just didn't wanna have to pay for it.
Well, the problem is that people bring the stuff back, that's the problem.
Yeah.
Well,
A
you
year and a
don't
half
have the
later, it's back where it was.
Don't go after the junkyard. Go after the ones that are health and safety issues.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
The
what
house
we
on
would do.
Summer.
That's what you're gonna have to do,
Yeah.
clean that out.
Because we'll never have.
Because the
enough
junkyard
money.
things you're not going to get rid of. People who are hoarders, unfortunately, they have a disease and they can't help themselves.
So
I've
could-
worked in special services for long enough to know that that's not going away.
No.
But we do have safety concerns around town. And I'm not talking about the houses that just aren't pretty. Actual safety concerns.
So
Make an example of
$10,000.
you
one.
would be in favor of reducing this then?
Yes, to 10,000.
10,000.
Let's try one and see what happens.
Yeah, and then we can always go back and
It's a
revisit it.
beginning.
And it might not even cost 10,000 to do one,
Correct.
that was just
Okay.
like worst case.
Is everybody
Things
good with that, to move this along? I mean, I understand Matt's thinking, let's see if it works first.
I understand, I agree with you, I'm not.
Well, we got
I'm
a
huge,
10%
like,
increase.
the
We need to,
government being in people's business
before we
and
go
stuff,
to
but.
blowing shit up.
Okay,
The town's gonna own an excavator here pretty soon.
moving on, ladies and gentlemen.
All right.
All right,
Moving
so-
on.
So the next item was the update of all of the policies and training, so for the police department, so we were okay with that one, 4,880. The next one is the additional, which was the full-time public works mechanic, and you see the figure there, and that was at $20 an hour plus the benefits. And then the public works engineering, 22,500. I mean, we could cut that to 15,000 and, do the best we can to design out some different projects. This is to get, instead of just saying, yes, we're gonna do this road project and then develop it as we go along and figure out the costs and everything. And we might be close we would be doing very good in the rural area, but once we get into the urban area, we've got water, sewers, stormwater drains that were sewer before, and all kinds of other things under the road, so we need engineering. So that could be cut, let's try 15,000.
I'm open to that.
Yep.
Everybody good with that?
Yeah. The engineering?
Yes.
Yeah, from 22.5 to 15,000.
Yeah, we do.
Do you think one project? Depends on the
It
project.
depends on the project, yeah. And still, in the rural part of town, we can estimate these out very good. It's when you get into the urban part, it's an issue. All right, and then these are all the items that have been approved today or not approved. And so we're gonna add the 350 back in. We're going to reduce the legal from 30 to 10,000, reduce the public works engineering, which I think it's a good idea to have the engineering monies, because if we have an engineering bill and we do a project, there's just no place to put it. So that will be reduced from 22,500 to 15,000. So then that leads us to the one pending item, which was the return of one of the positions that we had in the office, but as a full-time office HR manager, which, as you recall, I went over the review that Deborah Billings had done, Councilor Billings, after being in the office for over 200 hours, which I can attest that she did, analyzing the office and the workflow and how much work there is and how busy it is, and how people just have too much work to do, and that she had proposed 2 positions be added in. And obviously we cannot do that. So this we would see, and I called Deborah and she said the office HR manager would be the one that she would keep. And so there would be a full job description, a properly trained person, not somebody that, you know, picks up and takes a couple of courses. And of all the things that, you know, I am doing, I share this with Emily Reed. I mean, frankly, we could do a lot of other work. And it would be somebody that could spend time with the employees and go over all the items they have, update all the policies and procedures, do trainings, orientations. You know, all these things fall between the cracks because you're dealing with all the customers, dealing with all the deadlines, working on all the grants, working on all the reconciliations, and then there's all the regular work. So we are still one position down from what we had when I arrived, and we were down many positions and had added back one. But frankly, there is just a tremendous amount of work, and Deborah wished that she could be here this evening to address this because she has studied this in depth here.
I vote against that one.
I personally don't see adding overhead.
Yeah.
I would like to see the offices close and reduce hours so you guys could get more work done.
Yeah, and I do like that idea.
I would not approve the budget based on this one alone.
I agree. I think you need the help, Catherine, but I think we can we'll close Wednesdays if that's what we have to try to do, and we'll try that for a year.
I can't see adding overhead and insurance and the
No, I
cost is just-
understand it's expensive, very expensive.
You can sustain that cost.
Especially right now, you're gonna be looking for new people.
2 people.
Yes.
So, what would we be looking at? Just completely, just taking this line item right completely out? Is that what we're discussing?
I say put a $10,000 line in for an efficiency expert to come in and review everything.
You know, I would agree.
I'm fine with that.
I would agree with that. I think you should do that.
I think that would be good
That'd be money well spent.
I did that once before and it was very helpful.
How do you guys feel about it over there?
I agree.
I think it would be good, and I appreciate what Deborah did in her recommendation, but I think it'd be interesting to have somebody who really understands town. I mean, I know Catherine does, but I mean somebody that's got like just
An
like a
outside
little
view.
different outside view, and they've seen a lot of town offices, and they understand. You know, it'd be interesting to have them come in and just give another opinion.
So
on
we change that 70 to 10. You think 10 would 10 do the efficiency expert? You think Howard?
And if
I
we could, I
I
would
don't
throw
know.
in that Wednesdays are closed too.
Yep.
No, that's not good.
Wednesdays.
Yeah. Catherine doesn't want that right on her plate
No,
right this
12
second.
12,000?
12 is fine.
Yeah, I'm okay.
I go
with
along with that.
I'm okay with
It's
that.
a fixed expense and you don't
And
have
close on
benefits.
Wednesday.
Yeah.
And closed on Wednesdays. Oh, that's pushing forward too. Here she is, Catherine.
Seriously, we need to close the day and get some work done and
Maybe 2
be able to concentrate. And
Or maybe
Or
reduce
you
2
do
days
2
or
half
something.
days.
Okay, we've
No,
got to be,
a day,
we're very
a
full
full
service
day.
office.
You're much more productive
Catherine's gotta
in a
be
full
prepared
for
day
this.
All right.
than
Yes,
having
the
a half
post starts
day.
bringing before 8 o'clock for sure.
Okay. So that's reduced to 12. I think everybody's in agreement with that. That should cover the efficiency expert coming in.
Yep.
Okay.
Yes.
With the idea that we're excited. Wow.
Closing on Wednesday.
Yeah. I know Catherine needs time for that to kind of sink in and think
Yeah,
about.
I've got to really think about that. Usually you don't close a whole day, a town of our size, these smaller
They close
ones
2
have
days
done
out
this.
of town.
We can do whatever we want. We
We
can
can do
make the rules for our town. And if our town manager needs an uninterrupted day to get projects done, and our water sewer clerk needs an uninterrupted day to do all the receipts for the week,
Oh, I think
Then
that
that's what we do.
everyone needs
They don't
you
want one
know,
more position.
If we're not gonna fund another position, we need to make it so that the people that we do have are gonna stay and be able to be sanely doing the work that needs to be done. And
They need
I
to
think
feel
too-
that they can get enough work.
I think too, the efficiency expert will go a long ways to making recommendations to make that work as well, because that's an outside entity, which is, like you said, you've done it in the past and it's worked out well.
It worked out really well.
And I think that we'll ask for some recommendations on how we can have the workflow, how we can maximize everybody and have downtime and have people be able to work out without pulling their hair out.
They're
by
gonna
the
be
roots.
shocked at how busy the office is. I
Yes, they
still
are.
have not recovered from, other town offices, even larger ones, not being this busy.
Okay, what's next?
Okay, so this is
well,
what we have.
that's what I was just thinking. I mean, now is the time of the year that you said it slows down around the holidays, and then January, February is pretty quiet. So it makes sense to trial closing one day a week in the winter time rather than doing it later on.
You
No,
can
I
have-
agree.
Plus, we have 2 people that are missing now, so you're gonna need that extra time in order to get.
You can have other town places, they have winter hours and summer hours.
Yeah.
And you can
Yeah.
change, you can put out there, let me call it through the winter hours, because that's when the bulkier projects need to be done, however you wanna do it. And then you can advertise and say, we're gonna, if you wanna expand it in the warmer weather when things are, or however you wanna do it.
Let me
As long as we can advertise ahead of time, we should be fine.
Yeah, let me think about this. I need to talk to everyone. And, we don't have just internal customers, external customers. We have a lot of internal customers. We have to figure out how that would all work. So let me think about that and look at what other towns are doing. What normally happens, and I agree, it's better for us for the winter, but generally the towns will change their schedules in the summer to go to these 4-10 days so that you have the longer weekends and, but in the winter you would save more money, but we'll still be open. We'll still be here.
Yeah, but you'll be
So we're
working
not
on
gonna-
projects and so on.
Yeah, but we're not gonna save the money.
So just to point this out,
Yeah.
we have 2 weeks where we're gonna be closed on a Wednesday back to back because of Christmas and then New Year's.
Yeah.
And so it would be an easy transition to just slide right into the month of January. Because you've got people trained 2 weeks ahead of time that you're not open on Wednesday.
Yeah, I agree, we
You know.
need to do this to some degree. I gotta think about this and talk to everyone. see
And I
how
still
this would
think
all
that we
work.
should have Christmas Eve and New Year's Eve off too. And-
Because of traveling and all that.
Well, we
No,
had,
I just think that, especially Christmas Eve and New Year's Eve.
You're so nice, I wanna work for you.
I do too.
Can you milk a cat?
I can learn.
so we have talked about closing early on New Year's Eve so that we can do certain items, but based upon, all the extra work that's gonna have to be done, on the books, we're not gonna be able to get the entries done that we usually do, so we will do certain things that will make life easier. And then we'll have this reposting process that we have to do when you post twice, when you do everything in the next year. But that's okay, because I think we have to do it this way. We did talk about that in the office. If we closed a couple of hours early, we should be able to get the more important items done. That makes it easier for the next year. The more that you get done in December, it just reduces the amount of work, so you do like a third of what you would do if you just carried everything over. But I don't see that happening this year. I have to go back over the budget from January back, like I did for 2018, the end of it. So I think that we can easily close like at 3 or something, and I'll advertise that ahead of time.
Okay.
Yeah.
Why don't you just say that you're closed on that day, and then you guys can get your stuff done even faster, because nobody's coming in.
Yeah, the issue is that the citizens are used to coming in the last day
To pay the
to
taxes.
pay their taxes. Now, I don't agree with this. Why would you pay the town's higher interest rate to save and keep things in your CDs, but the penalties must be more? There's a whole variety of people that come in, this is their tradition. So we've got to have you open some hours.
Yeah,
And then there's the
too short
purchase of
notice.
all the hunting and fishing licenses and the ones ice fishing and everything that goes on. This is like a tradition thing.
Okay.
So we have to serve our customers. This goes on in every town. So I think we can close early, get done what we need to, everybody can go home, and citizens still get their services. Okay, so I think what we should do now is I'll recalculate this, but I think that the council still needs the budget percentage to be reduced. And that I should go back and talk to the department heads and ask them to come up with cuts in their budgets. if
So
at
what
all
did we cut
It'd be
tonight?
fun to
We
get that below
cut
10 if we could.
like 7,500,
Around 95,000, I think.
95.
Around there, it's not exactly, but.
You have, but you know, you never know what's gonna happen with this theater thing.
Yes.
Yes,
Yeah, who knows?
okay.
I know, I get a feeling that.
Well, I am not
Yeah.
gonna go cutting all these other things like we did last year, just willy-nilly taking $5,000 from the library, $5,000
No,
from
we're not
public
doing
works
that.
and everything else, just to make people happy about the library, because then we spent $13,000 more on sand this year than we thought we were gonna, because we cut $5,000 out of the budget last year,
Yeah,
just
what-
out of the hat.
We're not gonna do that. We're gonna go back and look through our budgets. There are 3 budgets that, you know, I feel could have some cutting there. They're not using their funds. If they're not gonna go through with their plans, then they need to address their budget. So I will speak with them. I will not make them do it, but see what
Yeah.
we can come up with.
But it is good to discuss a little bit, like what you said, Heather. I mean, I think this year we're a little bit more, we've been talking about this part more, so that when we go to the meeting, next meeting,
The
it's-
budgets that she's talking about are minor tweaks, correct, compared to what we had going last year.
Oh, yes.
I mean,
yes.
you know, we don't want to get in a situation like we had last year where all of a sudden it's like somebody dropped the bomb on us here. We don't want to do that. We want to have a, yes.
Could I ask one request of you, Catherine, to prepare for this budget hearing stuff? Could you prepare for the townspeople what the difference is if we keep the theater and if we don't, so that they can actually see how much they're going to increase?
Yeah, I can do that.
But-
And then we have everything out there for them, so that they're like, oh, this is what it is, and this is why they've cut it for the mill. So we're not just saying that's what it is.
But it's not just about the mill rate for
No,
that,
I
it's
know.
the building, you know.
I know, but this can be
Because if
something.
you do the math, the $34,000 gap divided out by 4,200 people in our population, it's only $8 a person. And I've made the argument before, you know, $5.60 is what it used to be, I think.
But you have to
That
include
that was
in
worth it.
marquee cost.
You know, this is just talking about straight budget.
Yeah.
And I was like, it's worth it to keep the budget, to keep the theater open, you know. My eyes have been opened to this building, and having old buildings are not fun to maintain. And that is just like a big white elephant. And that alone is a reason not to keep the theater where it is. That's my biggest thing.
It's the golden calf.
It's a golden cow is getting led to
gonna be
the
a golden
shut back. Are we going to address this letter from the animal control officer
We can
at
do that,
all,
yes.
or?
Yes,
Catherine?
now, that was not submitted in the budget process, it just showed up.
Right.
One other question
I-
I have. On the, you had a, was it unclassified municipal? You know, have you made a decision on that, which would cover raises?
Yeah, I have 2 scenarios that it pays for. I need to spend more time on this, but I can make sure you have it before the budget hearing.
Okay.
Definitely.
Will we have it by the finance committee meeting?
Yes. yes,
Okay, for
yes,
next
yeah.
time?
Yes,
Okay.
yeah, no, that's a good point. Yes, and I intend to do that. I've done 2 scenarios that work, so I'm gonna go into the salary survey for MMA and look around a little bit more.
What's that?
Do you have a question?
Well, I did, because sitting in last year's
Yeah.
budget, I know Matt and Caleb wanted to have a line item put in for paving. And is it in there, anywhere in here for?
All right, so the paving is.
I thought they specifically asked for a
Mhm.
specific line item for paving, even
Yes.
if we didn't put anything in it.
All right, so we did end up with that in the 2019 budget. For the paving, it's been paid for or will be paid for by a loan, and the town went and got a loan, which is to be paid for by the Pittsfield's future fund.
Right, that was for this year.
Yeah, for this year. Now, that was put in again in the capital budget, so let's look at the capital budget.
And we only spent 2 months of that because we didn't get our loan until October, right? So the amount we actually spent is less than we budgeted for because we budgeted for a full year.
No.
But we only make 2 months of payments.
What has happened is on any loan, we have structured it so that we make our first loan payment the next year. So, the payment will be made next year.
Okay.
Yeah,
So we
so-
haven't made a payment yet in 2019.
Correct. So we have quite a bit of cash in the Portland Trust Company
Okay.
to make that payment.
Okay.
All right, so let's look at capitals. This will be the last thing that we'll do here. And a good point, a very good point, thank you.
Well, I just know that they specifically asked for
They
a
did?
line item last year.
Yeah, and so, there is a way to do this. So in your capitals, let's see, the easiest way, if you look at tab 3, and I'll get the page number for you, rather than go to the capital budget. This will be easier.
It's one of the little bit of a sore spots that I have. I'm not super excited about using our Pittsfield Futures money to pay all of our loans. It's one of the issues I hate to bring up because I know it's like, it's 10 o'clock,
if
you
you
know,
don't
but
do it,
I'm
it's
not
not
loving the
being
idea of having our
responsible.
Pittsfield Futures money go bye-bye over some roads. I mean, I just,
You
but-
wanted the roads paved though.
I know. And
You
it
could
was
pay
an
these-
easy, it was an easy place to kind of pin it, but it's not really what I would have visioned for it, you know.
But, you know, we said if we're making investments, long-term investments, it makes sense to use those funds.
I think it's
And
sensible,
operating
it's a sensible approach, as long as we don't get too carried away. So this is a good item to discuss.
Let's do it.
I know you're tired.
My favorite one is diet. Don't mind me.
Community center.
That would be a cool one. Man.
All right, so right now you have for cash in the Portland Trust Company account, $63,898.10. So, our
I have
payment.
no idea where we are. Where are we?
Pardon, the amount of cash, I'm just giving you the amount of cash for the Portland Trust Company.
Oh.
Just so you know, you almost have enough for your payment next year, and you will by the time the payment comes up. You have $63,898, so that's cash equivalents. All the other items are in CDs, and we don't want to spend them until the cash comes out. So by the time your $70,000 payment as the first payment for the paving this year comes up next year, you'll have plenty of cash to pay for it. We won't have to change any CDs. So if you continue along with getting the same size loan that you got for 2019 and 2020, and then you got a third one, by the time you made the payments on 3 years worth of paving and other capital improvements, in year 2027, you will run out of your Pittsfield's Future Fund monies. So for all the years up to that year, you don't have any impact on the taxpayers' dollars because you're using the money in the Pittsfield's Future Fund. But it will run out if you do 3 years at the same amount. And this is using, you know, if the interest rate doesn't change, because nobody can guess, you know.
But that's only 3 years.
That's only if you take out 3 loans.
Right.
So if you take out another, a loan this year, 2020 for $706,000, and then 2021 for $706,000, you do $500,000 worth of paving in each of those years and some other capital projects. And then you have 3 loans going, and you start making your payments as you're supposed to. If the interest rate stayed the same, you will run out of your Pittsfield's Future account with your 11/1/2027 payment. So too. That's the $1.5 million that we have invested.
And we'd still owe money, we'd still have to make payments on the loans, or is it?
We'd have to make payments on the loans, it would come from the taxpayer dollars or something else.
You'd
I
have
don't know
like
what
three
that
more,
means.
you'd have 3 more years of loan payments to
Right,
make
but then you're still gonna pay more.
And
through
that's,
the
that's
taxes.
only if you take 3
Correct.
loans, last year, this year,
And next year.
Correct.
And
You
the
know.
following year, yeah.
So basically, if you want to do any paving after
All tax.
those 3 years, you gotta find the money from somewhere else.
Correct.
Right.
And, but you gotta
And
be
we still have
careful,
payments.
but you gotta be careful, because if you take too much out, you're gonna have to, come 2027, money's gonna have to come out of the budget to finish
It
making
will come
loan
out of the
payments.
budget.
Right, but you
Right.
know, the fact is that you don't have any money for capital expenditures, you know, like paving, you know.
In the
you
budget.
After you get beyond 2021 and borrow the $500,000 if you want to for paving then, in 2022, you got no funds.
Right, you got no backup.
Yeah,
We gotta go back
that's,
up.
yes, that's correct.
So it would be smart to put like 20,000 of taxpayer money, or 10,000 even.
That's like nothing for paving.
No, but
No, we
to
get
above the
something.
payment. So like we make
Oh,
10,000
to use
of that payment.
$10,000 a year for the paving, yeah.
That would buy us maybe a few more years at the
Yeah,
end.
because $1.5 million is not gonna pave a lot.
No.
No.
I mean, it's a wonderful, you know, it's wonderful we have it.
We
but
need to
it is-
fix our infrastructure, but it doesn't.
I know,
Cover a
and
lot.
we need to, it would be nice to set something in motion that kind of grows, you know, like, it starts at $15,000 this year, and every year up, you know, it grows by 15,000, 15,000, 15,000, 15,000.
Well, do you wanna add back in the 20,000 we cut out of the legal thing and say that's for paving every year?
That to me would make sense, you know, and then have that be, and with the idea that that's going to continue to grow, like that number needs to keep getting bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger.
So we actually did start this a number of
I know we used to have a line
We
item
used,
for paving.
yes, you had a line item, we put the monies in, we used it for paving, while the paving rates, of course, were
And then
a lot lower than
the
they
economy
used to be.
tanked and we took it out.
Yeah, and so then we did put some little allocations in, but what happens is there's an emergency with a road project, and so then it gets spent, but at least it's there, you know,
Mhm.
until it gets spent for something.
Then maybe we can write a letter to the town council that's thinking about cutting it out in 5 years and say, don't do it. We need this money. You know, I know it seems like an easy place to cut because nobody's going to come bug you tomorrow, but they're going to be knocking on your door 2 or 3 years down the road and say, where's the money for?
I think if we put $20,000 back into, for roads like that, I think that the average person, that makes sense to them, at least we're doing something to make it look as though.
And it's gonna,
we're
it's gonna have to
proactive,
fit
you know
your
what I mean?
future's money.
Right, I mean,
Yeah.
well, that wouldn't pay,
That's a third of a payment, wasn't it $66,000 a year?
Yeah, 70,000.
70,000, so it's a quarter of.
At least it's something, I mean, but I would like to get away from using that money
Yeah.
so that that can stay there and maybe we could use it for something else that's kind of like, I don't know, it'd be kind of fun to dream that that would be used for something that's actually kind of like a,
A building or
Theater.
something.
Like a community center.
no, it doesn't need to be the community center, but it would be neat if it would be used for something kind of like that would have some lasting effect other than like
It's not sustainable
freeze.
using it for roads.
No.
no, because the bottom line is there's always gonna be a need for a road.
Yeah.
Something's always, I mean, that's one of them, it's like throwing money in a bottomless pit, I mean, you gotta maintain them, but
I think we have to have some kind of an account again towards
Mm-hmm.
paving, because if not, we're gonna be in the same boat we're in now, and we're not getting any better.
And if we want to attract more people to our town, it's hard to do when your infrastructure is not good. We joke about the change in the quality of roads when you leave Detroit and enter Pittsfield. Or when you leave Burnham and enter Pittsfield, because,
Yeah, but that's a state road.
no, I'm talking about side road things, not state road things. There, you can feel the difference and hear the difference when you're riding on those. we're not the only town that's like that either.
Oh,
There
no.
are other towns that are like that.
I drove to Western Maine the other
Around
day.
the country.
Holy
there's
I
some
know.
major reasons that people leave
Oh,
states.
jeez.
That's exactly why
I mean,
people
and like
leave
these were big
states.
towns too that I was
Yeah,
driving through. Like
Yeah,
they're,
the towns that have the trouble, that have the infrastructure issues are the larger towns. They're the service center towns, and they're the ones that struggle. You know, and we're set up like a little tiny Portland. I mean, if you go to their roads or you go to Bangor, that's because of the infrastructure under the roads, it's usually an issue.
It's no fantasy that I think it's gonna do anything, but we gotta start somewhere and start having an account to build up.
Yeah, like we used to, which did work when the ton cost was $9.50 per thousand, and you know, not 85 now.
So we're gonna add $20,000 for paving. Is that just to supplement our payment that we're making on our loan now?
yes. I would think so.
So you're looking at putting
Or is
it
that just, you know, we're taking out the loan and then we're gonna spend another 20?
I feel like you should start it out being a reserve thing.
Yes.
And
should be a reserve
then
account.
when you can increase it, then it starts coming off of that payment.
Yeah, it has to be reserved. If we put it into the debt service, we'll end up
Yeah.
spending it.
Yes, you will, because
Because-
that's just the way it goes.
We have to either spend it or carry it forward, but there has to be a project for it,
I know.
so
Well, we
it's
just
not
need to-
gonna work. 'cause
So put
I
it
won't-
into highway reserve, highway road reserve.
I think that that's a
Specifically-
fine idea, but I think we also
Pavement reserve.
need to revisit the whole Pittsfield Futures thing, you know? I mean, and I don't know how to do that. That doesn't happen tonight, maybe.
No,
You know?
not tonight.
No, because
You talking
you-
about big picture, what we wanna do with the
Yes.
money?
Yeah.
Because right now, we can set this 20 aside now, then next year, maybe we can have the commitment that we're gonna bump it up to 40, and that means we have 60,000 set in the reserve. But by the time that all happens, we could have our third loan that we're gonna be paying
Oh,
on.
easily, yeah.
That would be
That are
draining
sucked it all
down
out.
the Pittsfield Future Fund, so,
Well, really, the only thing we need to do is spend $60,000 a year on debt service
For each of the loans.
for each of the loans. That's to not touch that Pittsfield's future money, is just say we're gonna put $70,000 in the budget every year for debt service on a loan, but how long is the 706?
10 years?
Is it
10
10 year?
Yeah.
So if you do that every single year, you're gonna have them running, multiple ones running at a time. So you're gonna end up, if you do that for 10 years, you're gonna have $600,000 that you're paying each year, you know, for all that paving.
It's gonna add up.
And at some point, even Steve said, what we're doing now with the extra road work and the shoulders and the brush and everything, he's like, we're gaining on it.
Yeah.
And so a lot
He's
of the
positive.
other things that we're putting money into with the other equipment and manpower and stuff, that is making a difference. And then we're adding crack sealing next year. That will help start extending the road. So if we kind of take all these little bites out of it,
Oh,
then
I
we
agree.
might not need to take these big loans anymore, and it might be something manageable to be able to do.
I think you gotta look at what you get, you know, on your capital as far as loans and, you know, borrowing, because, you know, if you're getting a 10-year loan, you know, like we did for this year, 706,000, and one of the items that we get is a cruiser that we put in for 40,000 that has a life of only 4 years or whatever. That's, you know, we're paying 10 years on a car that we don't have anymore for 6 years. You know, better
Well,
to
no,
look
wasn't,
at lease
wasn't
things.
500,000 the loan, and then the 206 was from taxes?
Yes.
Yeah,
and
but that
let's-
extra
okay.
206,000.
Right, and we
what
stuck
about
the
if you do
cruiser
leases
in there just to take care of it because of
Yeah.
on stuff like that?
limitations, but that was not something we planned to do.
Yeah, no, that's
Right.
terrible.
That was just
Yeah.
once.
Yeah.
So let's look at page 42, capital improvement budget, just to go over what we've got here. So we're under tab 3, the actual budget, and we're doing the capital improvement part. So page 42, part A funding, we were able to cut $3,000 from the cruiser video system because we've got some overlap with grant funding through the county, and we have the 2019 allocation. So under tab 3, page 42, it's got black lines across each of the categories there.
Tab 3.
Oh, I didn't. Tab 3, P.
Tab 3, page 42.
Yeah.
Page 42 is
42.
almost
Okay.
like that.
Almost to the end, almost before
Gotcha.
the 4.
And
there.
where are we?
The top.
Okay, so the first part, Part A, funded by taxation, we were able to cut the police cruiser video system, number 10, by $3,000 because of the grant. He has a bunch of items he wants to purchase and from the 2019 money, so we'll carry that forward. And then we can cut $3,000 from that $7,000, and the police chief was fine with that. So that's a reduction. So the part I'm really interested in is Part B, because we were to put in what everybody had for their requests. You will see when you look at number 27 and number 29 that these amounts are at the full $500,000 for each one, which makes $1 million. And we had cut that, the council had cut that down to $250,000 for each of the categories for 2019. And you see the bottom amount of what you got that your loan would be is $1.36 million, not $706,000, which is what we talked about for each year. Understanding that, there's a lot of needs here.
Catherine, is the sidewalks our like co-pay portion of the sidewalk project?
So we have some money in the sidewalk reserve, but we don't have enough, so we have to get the additional in order to get the sidewalks all the way around the
Right.
municipal building and down Connors, which is a trip hazard.
So that's not part of the Main Street project?
Correct.
Okay, I was thinking if it
It's
was
sort of part
another
of-
2 years down the road, we could reduce what we're putting in each year in order to meet it when we needed it, but never mind.
No, this will take care of all the sidewalks, we believe, from the estimates that we got, all the sidewalks around the municipal building, and the Connors ones, changing the concrete to bituminous, but having the granite side curbing. But these are huge trip hazards and buckled up and everything, it needs to be taken care of. So that's the other half to the monies that we have available in the reserve account, which is listed under Part C. So this number B is too high, basically. If you want to do your same $706,000 loan, or if you want to go higher, we can, but the loan payment will be higher.
I can get behind everything on that list except for the dump truck. I think we should do the dump truck as a lease, like we did with the roll-off truck for 5 years. Because it would be the same thing as the cruiser. We'd be paying 10 years on something that only lasts 5 before it's totally devalued,
I
depreciated.
know, but for us, we'll have it for 30
Well, we'll probably
30
have it,
years.
yeah. And reduce the paving like we did last time to
I think you have to.
$250 each or $200 each. I think we did a pretty good impact on
Oh,
it. We got a lot
yes,
of
yes, that was good.
Would, the solid waste compactor, didn't Donnie say that he already had funds in his reserve for 2 compactors?
He has all kinds of plans to spend his money. He has a recycling reserve with all kinds of needs for it. He did put in for the compactor.
Does he need it? Didn't we just buy a compactor?
A while back.
Or am I thinking of the?
We bought the can,
Yeah,
we
we're
bought the
thinking of something
compactor.
else, because the compactor's not in very good shape.
No.
Yeah. I mean,
guess
we
I
could
was-
use
I-
his recycling reserve and just push it down the road, you
Well,
know.
what I remember going, when he was talking about setting the rates and changing the rates, was it last spring? He said, oh, well, we don't want to charge too much and this, that, and everything else. I said, charge as much as you need in order to be able to replace the equipment, because that extra use of hauling other stuff in to be processed and stuff creates wear and tear on our equipment, and it should be the fees we're charging should be funding replacing that equipment. So is that, he was supposed to come back with a report for us and tell us, is that fee structure okay, or does it need to be adjusted? I don't
All right.
remember that happening.
Yeah, we'll add that into the other report that he's doing on the fees overall.
Okay. Because I mean, I think it's fine to have a little bit higher fee. I mean, you're providing a convenience to other businesses and other people that are hauling things in, so that and other towns, so that they don't have to have the infrastructure. And if we're looking at the possibility of not having a transfer station, like Caleb was talking about before, then do we want to keep investing and having more and more towns coming and doing this?
All right, let's put that all together as an overall discussion here. So do we want to take the compactor out, or we could put it down? I could take money out of his recycling reserve for that.
Well, I thought that's what he said at our meeting with him, that he was fine taking it out of that because he had enough money built up in there.
Yeah, I think he was talking about, he's got numerous items that he's talking
I
about.
think he was talking about the baler.
Yeah.
He's replacing a vertical baler and recycling room.
Yeah, there's a lot of equipment up there.
Well, even if we cut it in half and it took 2 years, what's a compactor cost? Do we know? Off the top of
Yeah,
our
he
head.
put in for 30,000.
That's how much it is? So if we did 15, then we can just save it for 2 years. I mean, will it last
I
another?
was gonna say, will it last that long?
I don't know.
Oh, yeah. I think he said it's 20 years.
It's
20
I mean,
rusted.
the one we have now.
Oh, yeah.
Why don't we just use the recycling reserve?
Okay, let's use this.
We can do that. Because I think
So
it
we're gonna
has
take this
a
out?
little bit over 61,000 in it. All right, so let's move that. That'll be moved to Park City. So we've got that down by 30,000. We're gonna take the paving and make it, it would be nice to do all this, but we'll run out of money here. Or we'll have to pay for part of it with the tax dollars, and we're already doing enough of that. So I think it's gonna be 250,000 for the overlay paving and base paving, and just put that together. So that will cut out,
Do a 250 each again, you mean?
yep, 250 each, yep.
Catherine, the overlay or the Detroit Avenue project, will that be paid out of money from this year?
Yes, so
To finish it,
2019.
because we didn't finish it this year, it'll
Yes.
come out of this year's budget?
Yes.
Okay.
It's gonna come down here because they're gonna.
All right, so we've been able to reduce that by 530,000. And then if we take out the Ford dump truck, then that's gonna be added to the lease purchase, and we've gotta get a rate and everything and put that in debt service if you wanna do that.
I just, to be thorough with everything else we've been doing, if we're paying something 10 years, that's, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I
Does
understand.
everybody else get what
I
I'm
think
saying?
that's a reasonable approach, Matt.
See, I understand what you're saying, but however, our equipment lasts a lot longer.
Oh, yeah.
So it seems fine to us, but I know what you're saying, because it depreciates so quickly in a business, and then we don't do that. We just keep everything till it.
In the perfect world, if we could pay it off in 5 years, and then at that 5 years, we'd have enough value to trade it again,
Oh, yeah.
and then you could.
Just keep having good equipment.
All right, so the 180,000 will come up, but that needs to go into debt service, and I need to figure out the payment for that. Okay, so that means that in another part of the budget, I'll make a change here for you. All right, so now we're getting down here. We need the generator.
Yeah, we put that off last year.
Yeah,
should
we
really
put
do
that off a lot of times. People were convinced we can use this old one. We just need to structure this properly, get it set up properly, and then have the whole building taken care of here. We need the sidewalk money, the compactor's out, and we've got to put the money in for the grant match, or for the airport, or we will not. We need to show the commitment that we're going to do the project. It's not really, it's better if it's tax dollars, but there's just not enough room there.
The collector ditch? Is that the one in the guy's backyard?
Oh,
Or
yeah.
is this the other project that Steve was talking about needed to be done?
Yes, this is the major collector ditch, which is our responsibility up by past the hospital, where all the water drains down into Mr. Tozer's yard. And I understand that he could just leave that alone, but it is so wet and sometimes backs up, and it is our responsibility to take care of this because we took over the roads with this large collector ditch, and it needs to be cleaned out properly. Unfortunately, that requires using the proper DEP items, the pads in the ditch, and this is a long ditch here. So that was an estimate not to exceed. So that is in here because that has been an issue for many years, and it's so large we can't do it in the regular budget.
I'm thinking that should last over 10 years if we do it correctly.
Oh, yes, that will last a long time.
Generator should be good for 20.
Oh, yes, definitely.
That's gotta be changed, that thing is just way past its shelf life.
Bernard loves it though, but it cannot power the building, and we need to do that.
And we talked about trying to rehome that generator at Public Works or something.
Oh, yes, yeah. And we may be able to do that. I don't see anything else that can be changed.
And the one good thing about the airport hangar thing is that'll be a revenue generating thing too. So
Yeah,
I figure that'll create like $1,500 a month of revenue, roughly, probably.
Yeah, I know we talked about the grant match at the airport,
Yeah.
but do other grants require a match? You know, town contribution or?
For the airport, our match is a 5% of the overall project. This is a massive multi-year project in which we have to show up front that we have the match in order to continue the project.
Right.
And so we budgeted half, so that was good. And then we're showing our commitment for the other part. But the airport match is 5%, where some grants, like the Northern Regional Border Commission, was 51% match from the town. So this 5% is very, very good.
Okay, so but most grants do require a match of
Yes.
some
Oh,
kind?
Is that a
yes,
federal
yes.
grant?
That's a federal
That's
grant.
really low.
It's
for
really
federal.
good, yes.
Our grant match for the transportation center with the US DOT is 50, with a
Oh,
1-to-1 match.
They're mostly going to 50%.
Yeah, it's very typical for federal.
Yeah, this is part of that, back when they first, like 15 years ago, they started this whole, what do they call it? CIP program, capital improvement program, where some president or somebody came up with the idea that, you know, the infrastructure of the United States needed to be improved.
I
And it
believe
was,
that was Eisenhower.
yeah, and it wasn't, but this just started like 15 years ago, the CIP program for the aviation side anyways, so. Is that how? Yeah, I think it's a
little
CIP
long-
program.
It's a little longer than that, but yes, they changed it over, I think, before I got here.
And maybe it was that they were just giving them to bigger airports, maybe.
Yes.
And
in
then
the
we started
beginning.
getting money about 15
Yep, in the
years
beginning.
ago. Yeah. But anyways,
Yeah, we have those too.
it's done.
All right, so I see where we're at. I'll redo the sheet, make the changes, send it to you so you know where we're at. And I will talk to several departments about their budgets to see if they have any spare cash there.
Catherine, can you remind me when the finance meeting is?
I believe that's the 12th, but let me pull that out.
It is 12
Yeah.
at 4.
4 o'clock.
At 4.
Thank you.
Okay, so,
All right, I think we
water and sewer?
have had a lot of success. There's still probably a little bit of money we can find to reduce things.
So we're gonna have a bottom line, like a sheet like this again
Yes.
with the increase again, so hopefully we're
Yes.
down to like 8% or maybe.
We'll see where we're at. I think we did well, there's more we can do.
So we did put in like a $20,000 paving reserve
Yes,
for,
that's what you talked about. When you get the sheet, you know, when you talk about the finance committee meeting and you all look it over in your council package, you may want to make more changes. But if we do, we want to tell me that so that when we go to the public hearing, we got an updated sheet to make it easier.
Are we gonna address the ACO's letter?
Oh,
If you
yeah.
wish to.
The, just one last thing while we're talking about the public, I would just really encourage Steve to come if he can, because I suspect that'll be something that the public
definitely.
will want to know. Well, geez, well, we're gonna, because I know last time there was quite a bit of pushback about hiring new people because of the ongoing and the costs and everything.
No, anyone that has, all these additional items or big increases will be there. I mean, it's not necessary for, people that don't have, like.
Steve would be a good one.
Budget went down, but everybody that has an
Because
increase. Or
I think he
additional.
needs that person.
Oh, yes, there's a lot to do. In order to take care of everything on the roads and at the buildings too.
All right, so we get the ACO letter.
Yep.
And then we got what, one more discussion on water and sewer enterprise accounts to date?
All right, in general, this is being studied with a meeting scheduled on 12/13 to go over the billing and collections and all of this. Annalise is very well adapted in the collection process as well as the PUC requirements. So we're gonna go through this whole entire process, have her take all the information, go back, talk to people that she knows about the actual billing process, look over the system that we have and see, look for recommendations and other companies that we can talk to. And just look around and see, is there a water district, and I'm thinking of some of the other projects I had years ago. All the little towns didn't produce their own tax bills and tax commitments at that time, the books. We would take it to Waterville, or we would go to another larger place and, bring everything up and then get everything back and never pay anyone to do it. And now you can all do these things yourself, but why couldn't the actual billing part and the entering of the data be done by somebody else that might be, a water district that has time on their hands that would like to make some income and we could save some money? Is that possible? Or is it too intensive, and we have to do it here because of, the meter reading and how some of the readings have to be reread, we need to talk about this and see, is there a private sector solution to help out with the billing? We still would have to do other things. So at this point, we have the larger budget as recommended by Annalise, as recommended by the town council, which has a, quite an extensive increase in it, in the water part. The sewer part is not increased, as we have sent another request to the USDA to see if we can not pay the $85,000 into the sludge reserve, because there's plenty of money in there. In fact, if we can get that approved, then we'll try to get some of it out so we can use it. We have plenty of money. We did it as USDA indicated. Now, I would hate to think that we have to refinance all that in order to get away from that requirement, but that is another solution if they don't approve it. We're just gotten past the period of time in which we can refinance that and go to a bank and then get rid of the sludge payment if we have to.
It sounds like we might be able to actually save money on that, even though they gave us a 1% interest rate, right?
Mm-hmm.
So if we're paying a little more in interest on the remaining loan, but we can take, what, $150,000 out and a big chunk of change out of the budget each year, then it would be beneficial
Exactly.
to do that.
Yep, so we have some options there in the sewer part.
How many years are left on that loan?
That was a 25-year. Yeah, we had to have that in order to get all the grant funding. It's about time if we can get this resolved, then we can look at some sewer projects and we can go back and, get another one of these, big loan grants. We have to plan it out so it's sustainable. Right now, we're not sustainable without a major increase because we're paying this $85,000. We get that out, we can start working away on the next plan for sewer enhancements. So that's all I have to say on that.
Okay, and ACO letter, ACO,
Oh, there was a letter here about the number of cats in town that she said to take down, and it's been staggering number of cats. In 2019, she's already brought 130 cats to Waterville and another 50 to a local rescue.
That's not all from Pittsfield though, right? I mean, that's from all of our towns.
Well, I guess that's a question.
What's that?
All towns that she,
That she works for, yes.
She
Yeah,
says
it's not all
I've
from
done my
Pittsfield.
best to keep the cost down for all of my towns.
Right.
Yeah, she talks about someplace in Palmyra.
Good catch.
So is this a letter that went to all of the towns that she works in?
I
Sounds
think
like
she's
it.
starting with us, as it, we would be the model, and then from reading this. Because I talked to her in general about the cats. She was talking about how many there were in general, but at no time did I know there was a letter or a request, and then that showed up.
Oh, okay.
It says I took over, in Palmyra alone, I took over 30 cats out of the
Right.
home, so. I'd be interested how many of them Pittsfield.
Well, that's, I
Right.
guess that's
Some
what I would
over
wanna
days
know.
ago.
I thought they were all from Pittsfield.
When you read
I
it
assumed
first,
she
you,
was telling us about the cats that she serviced here in
I
Pittsfield.
did too.
I
Because
guess
a lot of
I feel
cats.
This is her
like
first
if it's
year
a
there.
burden of
Yeah.
us, wouldn't the animal shelter increase our cost even more?
Mm-hmm.
this
That's,
is,
I guess that's how I feel
the
about
whole
it.
thing is quite interesting.
Yeah, I think
I
this is
have a
from all
really
our towns.
big
I think
issue
this is
spending another
Pittsfield.
$10,000 to help people neuter their cats.
No, I understand.
No, 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 no.
Yeah.
I understand.
Yeah, we don't have the money to do that, or a percentage of it at this point.
Well, I would be interested to know in how much of this is cats from our area. And, we are paying an increase, maybe that's why the Waterville Humane Society went up, cause they didn't last year. It stayed about the same last year.
Yeah, it went up just a tiny bit, this time it
Yeah.
was larger. I
It
figured
was
that,
only like $200 or something. It
yeah,
wasn't
I figured that they
exorbitant.
had, they were budgeting more properly because they would run into issues and have to do their big fundraisers, and then they were gonna close, and so I
Well,
figured,
they had all those dog issues that were happening with dogs running around and disappearing and whatnot, and that didn't help either, so.
All
all
right,
right, well, we've done a lot tonight, and you're the first council of the many councils that sat down and talked about the theater that made a decision.
all right, anybody else have anything else they wanna discuss before I dismiss this budget workshop?
Yes.
Yes.
I hate to bring anything up, but I want to. The digitalization thing that says funded by taxation, are we still doing that $30,000?
So we got some quotes on this, and I'm gonna show you at some point I'll show you the back rooms and, other areas of the building. We have to do something. So the quotes that we got were 60 to 80,000 when they went through and looked at everything. And that wasn't the future things, which we should be able to keep under control, because we've got a nice setup. And whoever would have known you would do this digitization. But, we're out of space, and we use our files all the time. So we've got to get them into a system. We tried to do some ourselves, and it just took too many weeks to get through a box. And it's because, it's not as though we just take all these, regular sheets and then put it through the machine. The cost and the time is how nicely put together the files are with all the staples and the sticky notes and the paper clips so that you can flip in and anyone can go in and see what we did on any project. And so this is like a nightmare when you get to digitize things, because everything's got to be pulled out and taken apart. And so it takes a long time. And then we tried to do it at our photocopier, and then you've got all these jobs coming from people, printing things, and people got to use the copier, and then you got to get off, and so the pages get mixed up. So it's not efficient for us to do it. Although we did think that we could in the beginning.
No, I understand. I'm just
So
trying
that's
to.
why we need to do something. Maybe we just do 15,000.
I'm trying to mentally prepare for when it's public
Yeah.
and people are asking us, did you look down every avenue
Yeah.
to cut down this increase?
Yeah, no, the staff and I are gonna go
That's
through all of this and try to figure out what we can do to decrease some items.
So just to be clear, I want to point this out again. that these documents have been public since like
Mhm.
the 1st of October.
I know.
We've had budget meeting after budget meeting, and I think Tim, Howie, and I are the only ones that have been to every single one of the budget meetings. And we've had our regular council meetings. We've been discussing this ad nauseum. So anybody that comes in here and is just shocked at what we've done,
I just want to have
I'm
an
going to point
answer.
that out to them because they could have come and asked questions and pointing things out anytime along the way.
Heather, you know what?
So,
I've
Just
actually
putting it
had
out there
people in
again.
town say, I can't believe there's talk about another increase, and I'm like, why aren't you at the meetings? I
It's like that every year, though.
you have to be
I
there.
know,
If you
but-
don't want that increase, you need to be
the
there.
first person that comes in here outraged, they're going to hear it from me. Because it's just so frustrating when, you know, we give up hours of our time, we're totally uncompensated, we are peers here, you know, we are just citizens doing the best we can.
Absolutely.
Everyone sitting out in that audience is just as qualified as any of us are to sit here.
I've said it right
You
along.
know, and it's like, don't come in at the last minute and be like, how dare you, how dare you, how dare you. It's like, we're doing the best we can here. You know, we're looking at all the parts and pieces.
Absolutely.
to
And
come in
nobody else is
pick it
running
up.
and contesting against people who are running.
Oh, I know.
That's right, that's my answer, that's my answer.
That's
If
the
you
difference.
want to be an armchair quarterback and you're so smart, you've got all the answers, why didn't you run? Take your paper.
I'm all for more input and more
Yeah,
people
yeah.
coming in and telling us what they think, but don't wait until the last minute to do it, because then we end up with whatever happened last year.
It's not gonna be-
No, we're not doing, that should have never happened.
I mean, it's just,
So that you know,
I can travel the day after.
so that you know, we gave out over 250 budget calendars, and the whole book has been in parts, in pieces, it's sections on the website, so we put everything on.
so it's out there and it's available.
All right, anybody have anything else they want to
I have
put out
just
there? Yes,
one
sir.
question, because I've got, I'm kind of slow. I guess you could.
Come on.
Back to the paving, where we cut it to 250 and 250. Is that borrowed out of the future funds?
We don't know yet.
It was planned when we started looking at these, it has to come from the future
Yes.
fund, for the payment for that, which will be approximately a little bit over 70,000 if the interest rates stay the same. So that adds on a second payment, which comes from the future funds. It will not come out until 2021 for that one. It comes out a year later.
But so that'd be looking at borrowing on the future funds again? for
Yes,
paving.
yes,
That's what
yes.
I was trying to get.
Yep,
So that's two paving loans.
So
yep,
just-
2 pavings. Yep.
And if we only did the 2 paving loans and not a third one, the Pittsfield's future funds run out till like
2027.
2032.
It's past
No.
2027 for 3.
Right.
So
they go longer
it
because we
goes,
wouldn't
yeah,
be using them up.
2030 or
Yeah,
even
2030,
later.
2031 or something like that. Yeah.
Okay, anybody else have anything else they want to add before we shut this thing down for the night?
All right, well, the first thing we should have done is put a limit on them.
Well, yeah, but we got a lot
That
done, we
has
really
not
did.
worked anytime we've
No,
done
I
it.
just
I
need
know.
that. All right, we're done.
All righty, thank you, folks. Oh, I gotta sign some stuff. I go home. I gotta go home, drop my shoes out here. Shoes are out there.
TV show called Airplane Repo.
I've heard of it, yeah.
I'm watching it.
It's pretty funny.
Pretty awesome, actually.
Yeah.
These guys are like sneaking around at different airports trying to get these planes.